know a couple of you have just stepped in, so we can get things going at this time. If we could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, let's go to page 3, Pia, if you would. Take roll.
Pamela Slum,
Here.
Wallen Stallworth, but we are having Lauren Ford here. Linda Cavazos.
Here.
Greg Malfit.
Here.
Jay Kenny.
Here.
Colin McNabb.
Here.
Christina Brockett. Here. Wade Cookson. Brian Freeman.
Here.
Brian Thornton. Alex Woodley.
Here.
Keith Whipperman.
Present.
Dennis Holmes.
Here.
Miles Baldwin.
Here.
Ken Parker.
Here.
Austin Maya.
Here.
Tim Hebig. Here. Bob Levitt.
Here.
Domingo Rivera.
Here.
Dave Henneman.
Here.
Ellen Townsend.
Here.
Xavier Atheum.
Here.
Trey Lundeen. Emerson Wendell. Elsie Moore. Here. Timothy Jackson.
Here.
Paul Anderson.
Here.
Bart Davis.
Here.
Shonda Simons.
Here.
Kate Roy. Here. And myself, Peter Wonder.
Okay, now number 4 on page number 4, I'd like to turn over to Mr. Jackson.
Restrooms are below us in the administrative building. You got either of these doors straight down. The central office is there, restrooms are there. Lunch will be brought here at 1 or 11 a.m.
11:30.
11:30, excuse me. And I think that should be it.
Okay, now let's go to page number 5 for public speaking, public comment. This time provides an opportunity for citizens to address the board about any matters not on the agenda. Items raised during this portion of the agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon until notice procedure of the open meeting law has been complied with. Should a member of the public wish to speak on matter not listed on the agenda, it is asked that said person please complete a yellow public card, comment card, and submit it to the president before the opening of this item. A limit of 3 minutes per person or 5 minutes for the spokesperson of a particular group may be imposed. It is requested that comments be directed to the board as a whole. Comments that are determined to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, willfully disruptive, or deemed to be personal attacks will not be permitted. I have one individual. Mr. Is it Farrar?
Hi, my name is Joseph Farrar, and I did want to talk about the agenda and what I believe is missing from the agenda. So everyone's pretty well aware of what occurred on October 26th, the changes that happened over the course of 24 hours, and even changes that happened over the course of 48 hours even after that. There's no item on the agenda that talks about the arbitrary decisions that were made by the executive director over that span. I think that's a problem. You know, because I see the agenda items here, and I know that these are going to be discussed and perhaps voted on. But that doesn't change the fact that those arbitrary decisions can be made again in the future. You know, this could happen again where these are passed, but then they're not followed. Perfect example of that is that there was nothing, you know, listed in the official documentation that was voted on before this even started regarding the tiebreaker process. That was out after meeting principals with the executive director. Just a memo that said, this is how it works. It wasn't voted on by the board of control, wasn't approved by them. So I think that's a significant issue, because if you don't address that problem, then these agenda items won't change the fact made arbitrarily by the executive director. And I do understand that, you know, in the NAC and NRS, there are some things that obviously are at the discretion of the executive director. But certainly not, you know, continued changes What was to stop there being changes happening up until those games on Thursday? Nothing, right? The decisions kept on being made over and over again to change the rankings, change who was playing who, change the tiebreaker process. None of this makes sense, you know, in my opinion, to continue to allow that to occur. So I don't know how you guys want to address that aspect of it, but I do think that that's important to think about as we talk about these agenda items today. There's nothing to talk about the arbitrary decision-making power that the executive director has at his discretion. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to item number 6. Oh, absolutely.
That's an agenda.
That's an agenda.
Okay. Just wanna make sure.
And that'll go with, which one? Okay, oh, the other one?
Step after the raise.
Okay. Once again, we're gonna go to number 6. That is on page 6. I'm looking for approval of the agenda for the November 19, 2025 NIAA Special Board of Control meeting. Please throw in with a possible flexible agenda if need be. Alex,
Will be so moved. Flexible agenda as necessary.
thank you. We have a first, Linda, with the second. We have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Let's now go to item number 7, beginning on page number 10. And I'm going to turn it over to Kate.
Okay, so there are several regulations, and they're gonna be kind of grouped into 3 different sections that we need to review. The first section of regulations are those that the board had approved language for and that were sent to the LCB for writing. And so they have come back from the LCB. Some of them have been changed a little bit, but mostly you'll see that they are very similar to what we had originally approved here. And from here, if there is an approval on these regulations, they'll go to the Legislative Commission hearing to be approved there or sent back to us. And if they're approved there, they'll then go to the Secretary of State for signing. So the very first one we'll start with is on page 11, I believe. So that's our, I'll talk about them by file number, but then I'll also talk about what the regulation is. So this is file number R 05725. This is NEC 385B.112. This regulation we sent to them with language that stated that we would be electing the president and vice president of the board at the spring board meeting. They did have an issue, the LCB, in writing this because we don't have it defined anywhere in our regulations when that spring board meeting can be. That they wanted to keep an actual date there. And read on May 31st, that gives us a lot of flexibility in case we need to go a little later. The issue was March of that year didn't really work because a lot of times we went into April for the spring board meeting. So May gives us a lot of flexibility there to ensure that we are within that time frame for the spring meeting. So I don't see any issue with that change. And that's really the only regulation on this file number. So
Okay, looking for a motion? Yes, Keith.
I make a motion to approve R 057-25 as written.
Colin, we have a first, we have a second. Any comments? Anything else to add? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Page 13, file number R 05825. Several regulations here related to tennis. So the first one you'll see 510. This language is very, very similar to exactly what was approved by the board and sent to the LCB. I do not see any issues here. Good. Any questions on that one before I move on to the next regulation? Okay, section 2 is 535, which is in regards to flag football. As you'll see, language is exactly as what we sent to them. We are just now adopting the NFHS rules since there is now an official rule book language listed there. There are no questions. I'll move on to the next. Okay, 630 and 632, we did not here discuss those 2 regulations, but the LCB in writing the changes to the other 2 regulations did recognize that there was some inconsistency with 2 other regulations that talked about the minimum number for tennis being 4. And so they had adjusted that to 6, which we discussed as a staff, and that made sense there. So you'll see 6:30 and 6:32 with the adjustment there for 6 participants for consistency purposes. Any questions on any of those?
Looking for a motion, Colin?
Okay, just a quick question. Tennis coaches or principals have we had any opposition to any of this? Everybody's on board with these changes as far as we know.
Yeah, I haven't received anything regarding any issues with it.
So I would motion to approve. How are we doing it? How did we do it? The file number? Okay, LCB file number R 057-25.
5-8, 5-8.
58-25. You know, Whitman should probably just make the motion.
Okay, we have a, Keith,
Second.
any questions, comments? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Now we're going to RO 59.
Okay. So this one is, in regards to 2 regulations, NEC 385B.452 and 456, both of which are in regards to golf and the postseason tournament. These looked good. We were just making small changes to the minimum membership for those tournaments. And so I don't have anything to add there on those.
Keith,
One, just like, I know Tammy, you had your thumb on golf. Has there been any feedback on this item at all from parents or coaches? Okay, then I make a motion to approve R 059-25.
we have a first, Tom, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none, seeing none. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Okay, page 26, this is file number 06025. NEC 385B.606, this regulation is in regards to state alternates. Language looks good as to what we sent them. They did make a small adjustment and added in a second regulation that needed to be updated. And that was just their concern with, there was nothing really specific about the manual and where it was going to be communicated as to where, what that date would be for ensuring that if you're going to be using a state alternate, that it's communicated by a certain date. So they needed to have a little bit of language added to a second regulation, which is 616, which you'll see in section 2, which basically just says our manual will also prescribe the date that the coach must notify us of that alternate change. So no other changes there.
Paul,
I'll make the motion to approve LCB file R 060-25.
we have a first, Linda.
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have first, second. Any additional questions, comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Kate.
28, file number R 06225. This is first a new regulation. This is for score reporting. To give a timeline in requiring 24 hours after the completion of a game that your scores are reported. The LCB did add in specifically which sports this is related to by adding in section 3, which we did not originally have. But that makes it very clear as to which ones must be reported. Outside of that, for section 2, no other changes. Any questions on that one before I move on to lacrosse? Yes.
On the outreach report, okay, just to be clear, this is, when it says in subsection or section 2, that a school fails to comply with subsection 1 is subjected to penalties set forth, and that's a fine, right?
Yeah, that's our 960 is our continuum. Yes, that was part of it.
And I think I've said it in the past, and I'm not a big fan of like adding more fines to our schools. I recognize that we need to submit the scores in a timely manner, and I get that. But I also think at the school level, running a school, things happen, and I would prefer there was a little more, and I'm sure there is some flexibility in that fine process. But I'm just throwing that out there that I don't love continuing to add fines to the schools, and especially saying 24 hours. You know, that's what happens if it's a Friday, just things happen in schools that make it, not possible always to just like get right on that.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak for Bart, but I mean, it all will be based on when he is going in and verifying those, since most of them are through Max Preps at this point, or whatever, system we would use, so he may not be looking at it exactly 24 hours either, so I would just say that there could be some flexibility in that depending on when we're.
Bart, can I just ask a question on that? ballpark percentage of scores that are not reported.
Within a reasonable timeframe,
Yeah.
4 hours?
Yeah, reasonable time frame, not necessarily a 24-hour thing, but to make you be able to do the job that you need to do.
At least 20%
20%?
across the state. Yeah.
Any other questions before I move on to lacrosse? Okay, section 3, 4 and 5 are all within a new section that will be called lacrosse, very similar to all of our other sports. Language is very similar to all of our other sports. This was what we had all here agreed on, and it all looks good. There's no major changes that they made. It pretty much just reads exactly how we sent it to them. And then moving on to the next few sections, these are existing regulations where we just added the word lacrosse. So 378, you'll see the game limits for lacrosse 18 and 2. That looks good. Section 7 is 390, which is just our list of sanctioned sports. Adding lacrosse, we also had approved and passed on adding girls wrestling, since in the next school year, that will be a fully sanctioned sport for girls. 8 is 652, which is in regards to the season for that sport. And then section 9 is 852, which is when the officials must register for that for the spring sport. So it's just added to that list there. So no major changes there. They pretty much wrote it the same as we sent it in.
Yes, Carl.
Not region 4. Kate, why are these two things together? Are they part of the same regulation, like the
Why is this?
reporting?
Small reporting and this other.
The definition of sport.
Yeah, the LCB groups them by file number. I don't know exactly why they put that one with the rest of the lacrosse ones. I didn't really ask that question.
No, I'm just curious. It's not the same, is it the same regulation?
No, this is just the file number for like sending it forward to the next step. Yeah, so they group them usually to, so there's not a million file numbers, but sometimes they don't exactly align.
Paul, yeah. Yes,
So, Paul Anderson, legal counsel, the LCB, does, organize the regulations as they deem appropriate. And like this number R 06225 will be a regulation that you would be able to go and find in the registrar, you know, on the state website and whatnot. So for whatever reason, they did it this way. Usually they'll make it in a fashion where it makes a little more sense, where it's just dealing with maybe one subject as opposed to two. But I think it's just because lacrosse was coming in as a new sport, and, you know, the various changes were made, so they just lumped it together.
Thank you.
yes, keep.
Keep everyone for the record. Kate, what are the, can you remind me, what are the fines and lines? Like, what's the fine structure for this? Like, what's the first fine, the second?
Yeah, 250 and 50 for basic fines, and then when it comes to probation, it's
250 and 50, I'm just.
500, sorry, 250 and then 500 is the second offense. For a basic fine.
Paul, are we, sorry, Paul, clarification, are we able to approve this minus section 2? Can we pull a section out? Or does it have to be approved in mass? Just from my understanding.
Paul Anderson, legal counsel, if we pull an item, then what would happen is then this reg will go back to the LCB as opposed to the legislative commission. The ones that you've already approved, there's a whole packet of documentation that I put together, and I send that off to the LCB, and that goes to the legislative commission for the final hearing.
Okay.
And then, you know, if approved, it becomes law. If we change something here at this meeting on any of these, then it goes back to the LCD for a rewrite.
Again.
Well, it's just a rewrite, and then it would come back, say in January, if we got language back from them for final approval.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Anything else, Kate?
Not on that one.
Is that whole section? We did?
Yes,
Okay, looking for a motion?
Okay, Kenny, I move to approve R 62-25P.
We have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Greg. Okay, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, we're gonna do a roll call.
yeah, what's that?
Yeah,
Laura Ford? Yeah. Linda Cavazos?
yeah.
Greg Malkovich,
Yes.
Jay Kenny,
Yes.
Colin McNaught,
Nay.
Christina Brockett. Nay. Wade Colson's absent, Brian Freeman,
Nay.
Graham Swartzen, Alex Woodley,
Yay.
Steve Clipperman.
Nay.
I have 4 nays. 6-4. Okay, the next section is a set of, there's 2 file numbers that we go over. These regulations had their final approval by the board and were sent to the legislative commission for that hearing. These did not pass at the legislative commission, so they were sent back to us for review, and I can give you, and Paul can chime in at any point because he was there at the hearing. Can give you a little bit of their concerns and what they're hoping to see if we send it back to them. So the first one is file number R02225. The regulation here is our fines, or I'm sorry, our school dues, membership dues, 212. And so what you'll see on page 38 and 39 was the language that we had approved as the board had approved and sent on. This is what they did not approve. Okay, so this is that language that we had. And then if you scroll to 41, I'll talk about the proposed language in a second. Their main concern with the original language that you saw there was that it was too open-ended. It gave too much power to the Board of Control and felt that the Legislative Commission should have oversight in approving the amount. Their worry was, exorbitant costs to schools, not fully really understanding that this is a Board of Control that represents those schools and that they also can come to us with concern. But that being said, the proposed language I put together basically took a look at the amounts that were approved by the board for that 3-year continuum where we went up each year. And just basically stated, beginning in the 27-28 school year, here are the amounts, because that is kind of that final amount. What we didn't want to do, and what the suggestion of the board was, not have for 25, 26, 26, 27, 27, 28, here are the amounts, because by the time those get updated on the website, we're already past those dates. Way to kind of meet their needs and putting an amount in there was to start with the last amount, and then we can make those adjustments after that point if need be, if they need to go up from there. So that was kind of trying to meet in the middle with everyone. So.
Yeah, keep running for the record. So if you go to the top page 39, we had 850, and in blue, they said in an amount approved by the board.
So 850 and 150 were extremely outdated. Those amounts had not been used. I don't know if there's a history, Paul, on the date that we hadn't used those probably in 5 years.
Longer than that.
Longer, okay. So we were out of compliance with the regulation based on this because the board had approved increases. It just had not been changed in the regulation. So our amounts that we had put originally were 13, 14, and 15 for this year, next year, and the following. And then $3, $4, and $5 for the larger school.
But did I misunderstand? They said they were concerned the board had too much trouble and then put back in an amount approved by the board.
No, that was
No,
our language. So 39 was the proposed language
That
we
was our
sent that they did not like.
Okay, got it.
Yep. And so what I did to try to meet their
Let's go back.
class was on page
Okay,
42,
thank you.
41, which is the draft.
They didn't have too much power to do it.
Correct.
Alex?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Kate, so currently, what are we charging? It's not the 150.
Right, this year it's 4,
No, this year, for
13, and
this year it went up 50 cents, so it's at $3. So next year it goes up $1 to $4, and the year after that it goes up $1 to $5.
Okay, okay, great, because, I had some concerns. I've heard back from the district jumping from 150 to 5 based on what we're seeing here, but that's not what
Right.
we're
We were
doing.
at 250, we were at 250 and 1200.
Right.
Yes.
And then the board recommendation was that we move it from, instead of going $1, $1.50, board recommended that it be inverted, go 50, $1, and it was 100 at each of the school under the 600 threshold.
Right, and this is at 27-28 school year.
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's.
Mr. Anderson?
And I'll just add a comment as I was at the hearing and got to there the wrath of the city commission. Their concern was primarily from the smaller schools. Because we had those set numbers like the 1,200 or whatever. The complaint was that a 1A school that might have Big Smith Valley or something, 40 kids. Why are we paying $1,200 when another school has got 250 paying the same amount. And so there was a lot of discussion amongst them of just putting a dollar amount for pupils. But then that skews things pretty heavily back, you know, to the larger private schools. So I think what Kate's proposing here, a good chance of passing. And they were primarily concerned with the board having too much discretion, not necessarily understanding that this board represents all of its member schools and that, you know, a vote at this board is presumed to, you know, be acceptance by the member schools that you all represent. So, anyway, that's just the history of what happened at the end of the days.
Okay, Colin?
Comment on report, the increase from 850 to 1500 seems pretty quite a lot for the smaller schools, is that? What were we doing? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
No,
that.
you're good. So the 850 is very, very old.
Yeah.
And so 1200 was last year,
Oh, okay, right.
and then 1300 this year, 14, and then 15. So that had gone up many times since it was written.
And these dues are based on not just the athletes, it's every kid at the school.
Yep, I'm
Looking for a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
Dennis Holmes, Superintendent Liaison. If I might, Mr. Jackson, just to clarify, you did come to the NAS group. And talked about all the increases involved. Am I correct?
You are correct. I did a presentation for the superintendents,
Correct.
showing them where we were with the
And the
numbers that are
financial-
not reflected in this old regulation.
And then the financial.
And the
impact on
financial
districts.
impact, yes.
And if I'm not mistaken, that group did endorse the financial changes.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Once again, looking for a motion?
Chair Alex Woodley, I move to approve.
Thank you. Do we have a first?
I just have a question, so.
I have a second.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second. Follow-up question, Paul?
This amount, Colin Narvigi report, just to be clear, this amount is paid by the district in Clark County or the schools themselves, I can.
Within CCSD?
Yeah. The
My
district
budget.
pays, okay, just wanted that to be a point of clarification, so schools aren't here thinking we're charging them specifically.
But that's CCSD, everybody else is different.
Okay.
Do you want to add? Absolutely.
So, when this was originally brought to this board, and sorry that I wasn't here for that time, but, was like, everything presented also to the superintendents about all, like a budget item, like listing what current costs were, what the increases were needed for, itemized. Was
Yes,
that,
yes, there was a full presentation. I showed them our costs, our expenditures, everything that went into it, why the number was selected. And they brought me back a second time to go over it once again with them to make sure that they understood it. Dennis, I'll defer to you. You were there as well.
And Madam Chair, Paul, Mr. Jackson, a great question because, let's be honest, in a world of declining budgets, struggling budgets, oftentimes there was a little bit of concern. And therefore the gradual step increase was much more favorable so that people could plan ahead. But very, very good question. And yes, it was lined out in detail. And the question did come up even in the NAS group as to whether or not buildings would be responsible or districts. And in most cases, as I recall, districts are the ones who put those down. So good questions. Thank you.
We have a first, we have a second. Anything else? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Page 42, LCD file RO 5724. This is our sportsmanship regulations, our favorite topic. Okay, so they still weren't happy. This is the second time it's gone to the hearing and come back. The main concern now is there's still discussion about this verbal abuse and how verbal abuse is very ambiguous and it could be a violation of free speech. And also that it is not an act of violence, that violence must be physical. Therefore, you will see changes to pages 48 and 49, where the word verbal abuse is taken out, the definition and the language. The bottom line, and Paul again can chime in on this, is schools do have a right to 86 anybody, from their campus that they see fit. And obviously, we wanted to support you in the NIAA regulation to help with that process and have some teeth behind it. But there's clearly been a struggle with those that have to approve this, with that idea of us, possibly getting into free speech. So in order to get this passed, because one of the biggest things I think, and I think Ms. Sloan can probably attest to, is the two ejection, the two missed games. The consequence for an ejection being 2 games is a big thing that everybody has wanted for a really long time because of how many ejections that we're seeing. And so getting this passed, especially for that part, I think is very important. And there is still a lot of added teeth to just our regulations and them bringing their games. I think the spectator piece is obviously not great, but we're working behind the scenes as a staff to come up with other ways kind of around the regulation to at least give some more backup to the schools and in the process of getting rid of spectators that don't want to.
Appreciate that. Mr. Hope.
I'm Dennis, I'm superintendent liaison, so, offer a little bit of opinion and then, perhaps a solution that would align with what was just mentioned. It's interesting to me that, with the open meeting laws, every board, agenda for, public comment talks about repetition, offensive, inflammatory, willful, disruptive, personal attacks. And yet we're potentially striking language that, could allow for the exact same type of behavior. I heard, word model used here a bit ago, and yeah, it is important to model, in those contests exactly what we expect from both students, participants, spectators, officials, for that matter. And so I just find it ironic that, perhaps there's, an attempt to protect something, and I'm really struggling to find what it is. So with that said, it would be my opinion that the board create a policy, that this board create policy, to enforce the behavior that we expect in contests, in lieu of the absence of some teeth in this regulation. Thank you.
And I believe we had that same conversation at the last board meeting as well. Kate, I would like for you to go to page number 50. And go to number C. And I think we need to bring some clarity. If the ejection occurs during the second to the last game, you go all the way down to the second to the last contest or meet, may not participate in or attend the next scheduled game, contest, or meet. Actually, it's 2. That's 2 they may not. With the double, and that also, we need to take a look at D. It says the last game, they may not attend the first scheduled game. It's actually should read 2. And then also E. Third sentence, immediately and may not participate in the first scheduled game. If it happens at the last game of the season, that also should read 2. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's what we've been striving for how many years? The Bart Thompson era.
Yeah.
So. And then, let me know, there's one other.
Okay, so just go back one more time, because I didn't know there was any other errors in this, because this obviously has been going around for years, so I'm confused.
It's like reading the same thing 20,000 times.
Okay, so C, last sentence, the next 2 scheduled games.
Yeah,
E.
so Tim just made a comment that maybe C should read from the third to the last game.
Yeah, but doesn't that, I think you can read that way because you fix it up.
Okay,
Fix up the second injection.
okay.
Yes.
So where are you at, Kate? B or
Or E,
E?
yep, the first 2 scheduled games.
Correct.
Okay,
And then E, if the ejection occurs during the last game contest meet, third
Two.
sentence, yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Then we go to page, at the very bottom of 51, number 6, if pupil coach who's ejected from a game contest meet and sportsmanlike conduct, such and such and such. Go down to B. Then it says that they have to complete the free sportsmanship class offered at the Learning Center of the National Federation. Those are for the players. Doesn't address the coach. So my recommendation, and I'm gonna give a shout out to Jonathan Grande in my office, that this maybe should read the appropriate NFHS course determined by the executive director. Because they could change the course, it could be, a fee could be assessed. So just to simplify that, you good with that?
Yeah.
I would suggest just a slight modification of that, just knowing how the legislative council is going to look at it, or the commission. As opposed to the discretion of the executive director, I would say, I would categorize the course as a sportsmanship based, and I think just appropriate.
Sportsmanship based.
Okay,
There's,
yes, Jay.
A question for either Tammy or Colin or Keith. Do you, as the principal, do you guys for athletics, do they sign anything prior to playing? Do they sign a code of conduct? Do they sign something that states that so you can actually self-police it yourself and not have to wait for any of this? To where you can actually do the suspension?
Yeah, Colin, not region 4, I think it's a little bit like school to school as to how that isn't enforced and implemented, but yeah, absolutely, there is. And I mean, I think we also hold our parents accountable appropriately, whether removing or truthfully, I've heard of schools that have forced the sportsmanship course on the families as well before they can return. So yeah, that layer of it does exist. So I appreciate that question.
Yes, Mr. Anderson.
and following up on that, that's exactly, pretty much exactly what the legislative commission was saying when they wanted to remove the verbal abuse language from this. Their position was, hey, look, don't you have the ability at a site to enforce, take action against somebody who's out of hand, a spectator, a coach, or whoever, and you do. So, as Kate mentioned, I forget when we began this regulation. I know that it's misnumbered because it's time, but it's been 2 or 3 years. And that's always been the concern from the legislature, is that if we're trying to regulate speech, though we may disagree with that sort of thing, that, we ought to be able to regulate speech at a high school event. Hateful speech or derogatory language and whatnot. They don't seem to see it that way. And their thought is, if you have a problem with it, school district, school, whoever should be able to force it in.
So to keep,
So Jay, keep your recommendation for just to answer your question. Yes, of course, we do already do this. We have this at meetings with parents. And we are already doing this. I do think it's a shame that they don't want us to put it in reg to say it's not okay to be offensive. That, like I said, at the beginning of this meeting and every board meeting, we say, you can't be offensive. I think we should be able to say the same thing about parents at athletic events, because that's what causes a lot of the problems. But yes, essentially, we are doing this. To Paul's point, we are essentially, schools are already policing this, but I think it's a shame that they don't want it in here. And again, not because of speech, because of offensive, over the top speech. Yeah.
but I think so too, with the day and age that we're in right now, everybody, they're not gonna take your word. No doesn't mean no. Can I see it in writing? Where's the regulation? Where's the policy? Where's this and that? That's the society we're in today. Colin.
I would also say to that, I don't think this regulation is attempting to regulate freedom of speech. I think it is, yes, that exists, but there is consequence associated with that choice sometimes, right? I think that's what we're trying to do here. So like, people can say what they want to say at games, but just understand that there's a consequence associated with it. And I think, yes, we can regulate it at our site, but if, well, maybe I shouldn't do this because I'm not your site, I'll go this way. If an El Dorado parent at Simron Memorial High School acts inappropriately, I can remove them from Simron Memorial, but they can continue to do whatever they want going to El Dorado, right? And I think that's what this regulation aimed to address here was that, like, you can't act inappropriately in a away game here, because yeah, we don't care, you're not gonna be back listening wrong for a long time. We need to enforce it across the board. So my just quick question here, Paul, or Kate, is I suppose we need this regulation with the rest of it in it, right? So that would be like the reason not to kick this back necessarily, and then we try to come up with another way to deal with the spectator layer things, right? Yeah.
Ms. Brockton? Oh, sorry.
Sorry. And just real quick, kind of a clarifying question and point. When we look back at NRS, right, and we look at the school site administrator's authority on keeping that safe learning environment, that's where I'm seeing the spectator part. Is that what the LCB wanted kind of to address in that spectator area, is that we do have statutes that allow us as administrators to maintain a safe environment free from harassment, intimidation, right?
Correct, yeah, and so, Paul Anderson, legal counsel, that's a big part of it, is that there's already existing law or existing authority that schools have, to enforce this sort of thing, so why pile in on, maybe another regulation where that's being addressed, but you're correct, absolutely.
Okay, no, and thank you for that clarification. Again, Christina Brockett for the record. And thank you, Jay, for that question, just to see how it does run within the school. Because we obviously do put those things in place. We have our parent meetings in place. It is a site-to-site decision on how that is done, but I believe that is within at least our district. That's the regular practice to make sure everyone is aware of what can happen, what sportsmanship looks like, whether you're a player, the coach, the spectator, right? So that we can create a safe environment for all of our students.
Any more discussion? So once again, Kate, this has to go back to the LCD, Paul?
This would go back to the legislature.
This goes,
Okay, we can,
this will go back to the legislative commission and hopefully will be on an agenda in December. That one and the one we just approved would be back on an agenda to hopefully get final approval and be signed into law.
beautiful. It'll be a great day. All right, looking for a motion? Yeah, Kate, why don't you recap? Thank you.
Okay, so outside of what you saw as far as the verbal abuse change, the other changes were to section D, C, D, and E, where it mentioned next scheduled contest, it should say 2 for each of those. And then as well as where it talks about the sportsmanship course, just the appropriate sportsmanship based course offered through NFHS, since we have a parent and or a coach and student.
Thank you. Looking for a motion? Looking for a motion?
The number.
I don't know how many years we've been working on this.
What number are we on?
No, I'll motion
Get-
557-2.
Take us home, let's go. Ms.
Go ahead.
I'm
Crockett,
trying to get to the number. Hold on.
All right. He's got the number.
I got it.
57-20.
Gotcha.
I'll move to approve, RO 57-2.
Thank you, we have a first, Ms. Crockett. We have a first, we have second, any additional questions, comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Be happy when this is implemented. All right.
Okay, last three very quickly. These are just informational for the board. These three did go to the legislative commission and got approved. Hooray, clap, clap. Okay, so R 224 is just a small change to a previous file number that was approved in 2023, or was approved in 2023, where it allows the executive director the ability to waive the provisions of that section if a team is unable to field a team. It's all about your minimum number of students on a team, the minimum number of teams that you have to have to be in good standing and to add new teams. So that was passed. These have all been communicated to the membership and also appear on our website as well. The next file number is R 1925. This is the new sanctioned sports regulation. So this just outlines the process for a new sport to be added to the official sports list. So that was approved and is now law. And then 64 is R 00325, which are 2 regulations regarding increases to fines and fees for cheer and spirit, as well as 960, which is our continuum for fines. So that it's all outlined there. Please to go back to your question if you wanted to see it. So all of these have been signed, approved, adopted, and are full implementation into regulations, so.
And doesn't have to go to vote.
No,
It's just.
it's informational.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
And the sanctioning one brings us into compliance with the request of the legislature at the last session, that we have an outline procedure for sanctions. We have met that requirement prior to the next legislative session in the end of this year, but we have to have everything in place for winning, or not for winning, for process and the other activities.
Thank you. All right, we close that item. Let's now go to number 8, closed session. Mr. Anderson, is there a need to go to closed session? Thank you. Okay, we will now go to item number 9. For discussion and review of the HRM system for possible action. We do have public comment. Mr. Farrar, if you could please come up. And once again, this is in regards to the HRM system. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joseph Farrar. So the HRM system is pretty complicated for most people that don't know how it works. What occurred again on October 26th, the rankings came out, the final rankings came out at noon. Then they were changed at 3 o'clock. They were changed another 24 hours later, okay? So on Friday night, before Shadow Ridge played Bishop Gorman, they were ranked number 8 in the state, Max Preps. Sunday morning, after Max Preps ran their initial, ranking overnight, moved Shadow Ridge down 1 spot in the state to 9. Okay. Then at 3 o'clock, for whatever reason, Max Preps rankings have changed again. No one knows. That moved Shadow Ridge down to 14th in the state. So they went from 8th to 14th after losing to Bishop Gorman. That has not happened to any local school in Max Preps the entire season. Powell played them, they didn't draw. Mojave played them, they didn't draw. By virtue of Max Preps' own documentation, they say that they don't drop when you play a stronger opponent, right? When Foothill played Bishop Gorman last week, Max Preps updated the rankings again. What happened to Foothill? They didn't drop. So I don't know why they dropped Shadow Ridge so far down, but that was a major factor, okay? There was also a report that Foothill didn't report forfeit, which changed the carbon points and the opponent's games played. Also not documented in anything that was voted on by the Board of Control on how that should work, right? So there's nothing saying with the Harvard point system, if you play a team and it ends up being a forfeit later on, you don't get any of those future games for your opponents, the opponent gameplay that they played. That wasn't documented anywhere. But Arbor View had a forfeit against Mill itself, so they lost all those opponents' games played. Foothill played Milliken, was a forfeit 3 weeks later, lost all those opponents' games played, right? And then also Bishop Gorman played Lone Peak, I think, from Utah. That was a forfeit. But Max Preps didn't list it as a forfeit. It stayed not listed as a forfeit. It wasn't even counted on the NIAA's website. It still says that Lone played 10 games, should say 9, right? They should lose all of Lone Peak's future games because the opponent's game played shouldn't be there. Now, how did the forfeit end up being on Max Preps? I emailed them. I said, hey, you missed this. I emailed them on October 27th. I said, you missed this. Within 2 minutes, they responded back and said, oh, our mistake, yeah, thank you. So me, just a regular citizen, can tell Max Preps there's a forfeit. I don't know what they do to check, but clearly the issue with the HRM system is Max Preps, right? You have them as the tiebreaker, which again was not voted on, but was a memo that was sent out. This tiebreaker, you go back to Max Preps if you need to figure out what the tiebreaker should be. They should have been Harvard points that was the tiebreaker. Harvard points goes down to the 3rd decimal.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so at this time, for discussion review of the HRM system, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. McNutt. We have public comment, by the way. Thank you.
My friend, Mr. McNaught or Mr. Whipperman, everyone did receive a packet of letters. They are all the same, with the exception of the very last one from Gorman. And I did have Cimarron email one that's not included in here. I printed it and left out, so. This is on behalf of you guys.
I will read the letter that comes from Clark High School, Basic High School, Sierra Vista High School, Western High School, Desert Oasis High School, Rancho High School, and Cimarron High School. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board today regarding several critical issues affecting high school football, specifically concerning 4A, 5A, and open division. I'm submitting this correspondence for the public comment during this emergency board of control, concerns regarding HRM. I am writing to seek essential clarification on the HRM system used for the NIAA 4A, 5A open football postseason qualification methodology, which is scheduled for discussion and potential modification. The HRM system is described as a composite score drawing from three separate methodologies: Harbin H, NIAA Sports Rubric R, and Max Preps M. The final ranking is determined by combining the ranking numbers for these three metrics: Harbin plus Rubric plus Max Preps, and dividing the total by 3. I have two key inquiries regarding the operation and transparency of this system. 1, public information and transparency on score breaking times. I request clarification on where the detailed information is posted for the public, including administrators, coaches, parents, and student athletes, to understand exactly how the scoring and tie-breaking system works. While the Harbin points, Rubric, and Max Prep rankings are maintained throughout the season, and current points are posted after the first competitive week. The methodology itself is complex. The Harbin system, for example, involves intricate calculations for level 1 and level 2 points, utilizing a divisor that changes based on opponents' open dates. Similarly, the tie-breaking criteria involve calculating points based on how many of the 3 HRM categories a team ranks higher in, reverting to a two-team tiebreaker if necessary. Giving the significant postseason implications, full public access to an understanding of these detailed formulas are crucial to ensuring transparency and maintaining confidence in the process. Seeding volatility. I require an explanation for the volatility observed in recent results, specifically why our division experienced 3 distinct seeding results within 24-hour period. The goal of the HRM system is to ensure consistency and fairness in ranking. However, such rapid and drastic changes indicate fundamental instability in the final calculation of data submission process. Inquiry on the seeding committee. I respectfully request an update and clarity on the intended role and status of this seeding committee, as reliance on purely mathematical HRM model has caused confusion and challenge. Establishing or modifying a committee that incorporates human oversight may be necessary.
That's agenda item.
Sorry, I stopped. I apologize.
That, the
I was trying to
letters
get my.
are broken up into different sections, so that is, that's for that. Okay. I would have
We
3,
actually had 5 because you're supposed to be back.
and then I have,
You have 1 from Gordon, correct?
okay, I'll try my, yes, I do have our last letter from Gorman, it's the last of 2. You guys tell me, I'm just the reader.
Do you know who submitted? Did you submit? Is it this specific item or does it apply to something else?
Just a general. It was more.
It's not for this.
It's more the next proposal, not against HRM, it was about proposals.
Okay, we're gonna hold, we'll keep it
Yeah.
for that agenda item. That'll go to item number 11. Okay, so again, I'm gonna turn it over to Colin.
All right, thank you. Colin McNaught, Region 4. So myself and a few other board members requested this item primarily because I think we want to make sure that the public has a solid explanation of kind of what happened here, just to make sure that it is crystal clear. It is an action item, but I do think that a later action item solves this problem. But I think it's still worth exploring and understanding the situation. So I'll explain the documents that I included here. And then I think I would like to ask and request that staff explain kind of the process here of what happened. So that way it's crystal clear for the public. So here are a couple items I included and I'll specify why. Page 71 and 72, I requested the minutes from the January board meeting where this was approved. Just to make sure that we all were on the same page about how that conversation went. I included this specifically because it was brought to my attention that a tiebreaker procedure was brought up in the realignment conversation, which if you read this, it was not. There was no point in here where a tiebreaker procedure was discussed, specifically max preps or anything like that. So I wanted that in here so that we could see how that went. And then I think also worth noting that the principals from the South were in opposition to this plan from the beginning. If you see that on the beginning, about the middle of page 72. Then what we did was we also provided on page 73, 74. And 75 and 76 is a breakdown of the various categories. The first on page 72 is the overall HRM system or 5A week by week, starting September 29th, all the way to the final one on September 27th. And the line there is drawn to show where the open playoffs make the change or happen, right? So just wanted to make sure everybody saw kind of the structure, the flow of it throughout the season, right? So the overall system shows, well, you know, the movement that took place. Then on page 74, this is just the Harbin points and the movement that took place as a result of the rankings week by week based on just the Harbin points. Page 75 is just the rubric, right? So just the R in the HRM and kind of a breakdown of how that went week over week, right? And then lastly, on page 76 is the max preps rankings. And you can see just kind of the changes that I also included in max preps. Max preps, a week after the 27th, so or supposedly somewhere around there, on the 9th, the max preps rankings were different again. So just wanted to highlight on page 76 there that kind of, I guess, the volatility, if you will, a little bit of max preps and that layer of things. And so then I know staff included page 77, 78, 79, and 80. Mr. Jackson, I think this is the same thing, but just for the last week, is that correct?
So finishing one.
Yeah, so this is the same thing I just outlined, but only for that last week. So I think it breaks down a little bit more on the process there, all the way to page 80. Page 81 and 82, also provided by staff, is the max preps ranking on that 26th, on the 26th, right? And then page 83, 84 is the overall rankings on that on the 27th, I believe. Again, this was staff provided that, so I will let the staff talk about that in a minute. And then 85, 86, 87, 88, 89 are the proposal, I believe, that was approved at the January Board of Control meeting. Just so that way everybody had that. And then I think 90, and I'm not gonna comment on 90 through 94, because I believe that is staff or President Sloan addition to that, so I will. So I just wanted to include all of this. I think there are some obvious problems with this system overall. I think the main one being that it just took me 10 or so pages to outline the whole thing, right? And so everybody understood all the different layers of it, right? I think when we look at a system like this, while I think well-intentioned, I think the actual implementation of it is far too complicated and confusing for our students, our families, our coaches, our communities to understand. And I think the tiebreaker layer of things was never actually outlined. And so I don't believe max preps should have been used as the tiebreaker here. I'm not sure why it was. And so all of this is to say that I believe that the HRM system should be thrown out. And so that is why this is on here for discussion, but I will hand it over to President Sloan and how you want to take this, whether staff wants to explain this process here, or maybe you want to tell us about page 90 through 92.
Well, let's just say for the record, so pages 71 through 90, this through 89, there's no questions, comments, or anything. We're done with those, right?
Well, I'm just.
Everybody, I'm asking that question so we can proceed. Sure.
Question, Kenny. So I just have a question on all these letters. Who drafted the letter? Because the letter is exactly the same. So we read one school and every other school it's identical. It's copy and paste. It's like they went to ChatGPT. So who wrote this? Who wrote all this for someone? Is it, I mean, they're exactly the same. Every letter is the same. It's copy and pasted. So there's no, like, every principal just all of a sudden doesn't have any say on what they want to say. They just copy and paste from something.
So calling not region 4, I don't think that's the assumption I would make here. I think that when a proposal is presented, which is not outrageous from what happened in the January meeting, if you recall, it was actually the same exact thing. principals want to present a unified front. So I think it's appropriate for us to say the same thing collectively, those that submitted it here, in support of a plan or not in support of a plan. So I don't really think it's relevant, like necessarily who wrote it. I mean, principals sign their names to the letters. I think it's appropriate that the letter is similar. I don't see why that would be an issue. Because again, the principals from the South who wrote it are collectively saying this is the way we believe in a unified way.
Oh, okay, I have a hard time with that, because I think each principal should have their own say. So are we all on the same page? Is every principal saying this? This is what I'm trying to get at here. It's exactly the same. So how do we truly know what a principal is actually saying? Keith, go on. Sorry.
So just to respond to that, in the past, what's happened at the NIAA board is we've been told, well, one principal has a different opinion, you're not all on the same page, right? So at one point, you get pushback because not everyone says the exact same thing, even if 95% says.
Sure.
And now some people come together and say, hey, we're gonna say the exact same thing, so that we're all on the same page, and yet still someone says, well, why did everyone write the exact same thing? Because we want, the message is unified from the principals in the South, that this is what they believe, these are their concerns. So that's why the letter is consistent, would be my answer to that particular.
Yeah, I mean, principals signed their name to it, so they are associated, like they're speaking the thing that's written on the paper. Yeah, I mean, the letter isn't signed high school principals from the South. The letter is signed Colin McNaught, principal, Cimarron Memorial High School. So I think that's appropriate. And I don't think it's something we should push back on. I think the way people choose to public comment is their choice.
Okay, thank you. We'll end that. So once again, so page basically 71-89 is primarily just everything we have had in the past. So I don't think we need to go. So at this time, I will turn it over to staff to discuss pages 90, 91, 92, all the remaining pages.
I'll take that. Thank you very much, President Sloan. Page 90 was a request made by President Sloan to me to come up with a more detailed tiebreaker moving forward. So you can see that there. We'll go into more depth as necessary. Page 93 was a request made of us to come up with a score reporting and monitoring process for schools, aside from notifying Mr. Davis in a more detailed manner. That's what that is. 90, that's that. And that's a 93 and 94 are. There's a process and implementation.
I'm sorry.
Calling out reading for, so, does 90, or no, sorry, so the page 93. I suppose is addressing what's highlighted on page 87. Member schools are responsible for reporting weekly results of non-member NIAA schools to the staff by 9 AM following the game. Is that correct?
That, what is highlighted on that page that you referenced is what was in place. And this puts the process for the schools to do it in a more detailed manner. In other words, reporting the scores to us by 9 AM on Monday was not sufficient enough, so we wanted to make it more detailed. So we put together the process and the implementation.
Got it. And I would say, again, calling out region 4, 93, I think highlights the point that isn't highlighted as well on page 87 of the strain we are putting on our member schools to have to do this research and monitor all these teams that they play in their record. I don't think it's an appropriate ask, but it's just a lot of extra work, but they're already doing a lot of work.
I would like to point out to Member McNaught's statement, and Mr. Davis will confirm or deny my statement. To date, we have received nothing from schools on any score reporting of an out-of-state member. We've found all of them ourselves.
Correct.
Thank you.
Well, and I think that would be, if we were to keep this system, I think that would be the appropriate way to handle it, right? Because I don't know that schools knew they were supposed to do that, to be honest. But then also just, I think it's a lot to ask of our athletic departments to monitor all these games and then double back to make sure that, like, 3-4 weeks ago, there wasn't an issue in a game that now the result is different.
Sure.
My comment, I guess, on that is. You're notified of the forfeit, aren't you, by the school that forfeit?
No.
Not necessarily.
Notified.
Not necessarily, not from out of state, sorry, keep remembering, the word, not necessarily from out of state. Team, are we notified of the forfeit?
I'm gonna call on.
It would be if it was in state.
Correct, but we're talking about out of state was the issue
Right.
here.
I can
I'm
tell,
gonna call on to Tammy on this.
yeah, absolutely not. I mean, we had a forfeit that we just found out about 3 days ago that would have an effect on this. And we just found out about it, and it goes back to all of the same things of the same California schools that everyone else played. We were second to last place, so it really didn't have an effect on us. But the only reason we found it as we read an article. We were like, oh, okay, so no, if things happen in other states, the only way we find out about it is if we do research or if it comes up. Or, but yeah, now in-state teams for sure, I would assume that we would find out, but out-of-state teams, no.
And also, previous years, we only worried about league play.
I was gonna say, and this, as far as the score reporting, I can say, I've been doing it 7 years. I'm not gonna say that it hasn't always been there. I know that I've always been told that we had to report playoff games to Bart, so that obviously he can update quickly, get things going on. As far as everything else, I didn't know our office had that responsibility to report it to the NIAA. I did not know that. Now, I'm not gonna say that I should not have known that, but I know when we have our meetings and we talk about, hey, reminders, that one has never been. Other than playoffs games.
Okay, I'm gonna go Crockett, and then I'll go to Jay, and then I'll go to Keith.
Sure.
Unless you want him to go before you.
I know he had his hand up.
Oh, okay. My peripheral vision is weak.
Okay, well, just to go a little bit further into the actual agenda item, my clarifying question is, we have these documents in front of us about the tie-breaking procedure. The score reporting process, the score reporting and monitoring process. My question is, when were these documents provided? And were they provided in a public format so that everybody could see it?
No, they were not. They were asked, Ms. Sloan asked me to provide them to you for today's meeting.
So they are brand new.
They are, yes, she asked me to generate these for today's meeting.
Listen, I get all this paperwork and all the standings and all the numbers and all, trust me, you gotta be from MIT to figure this stuff out, right? I get that, but that's why they do it, we don't do it, right? You don't do it, right? You already have too much work, that's why we hire these people to do it, no? This is why they're doing it, because we can. Right? So my question then is, with all the principals, what was the what game are we worried about here? Because when I look at the end of the day, when I look at all the standings here, and I look and see who won, and I look at Clark, who sent in a letter, and Clark was a 7th seed and beat a 2. And then they lost to a 6th seed. And then I look at Centennial. They're an 8th seed. They beat the 1 seed, right? Then they win it again. Then they win it again. Amazing season. Amazing.
Terrible last game, but thank you.
But hey, so, but what are we talking about? Because when I look at these, when I look at this, I go, wow, this was competitive football. This is what we wanted at the end of the day, right? This is what we wanted. So what are we concerned about right now? What team, what is the issue here? Because is it the whole thing, or are we just talking about a certain game? Where are we at? I'm having a hard time with this because I look at this and I go, man, that was some great football. And we had teams that don't win. And that's what we want at the end of the day, right? Is that what we're here for?
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go to Keith, then Christine, then to Paula.
Jay, I'll respond to you, and I have a question for you, Domingo, because we're talking more out of state games than anybody else, so Jay, I think it's more about, yes, I'm not paid to do it, but parents and coaches want to be able to figure out where they stand, and then to your point, you need an advanced statistics degree to figure out where you stand. So it's more about a system, and then at the end, the system kind of failed at the end, because we couldn't figure out who was supposed, and that changed multiple times over a 24, 36-hour period, so trying to address that failure more than just a specific game. You're right, because the playoffs in many cases are very competitive, and that is what we want. We want a system where everyone can figure it out and everyone should be able to figure out exactly where we stand. So, Domingo, you play more games, out of state games than anybody else. how do you deal with forfeits? Are you guys notified? How do you, like, if a forfeit from a California team or a Utah team? Do you, because I only play one a year, so I don't,
Well, the one that we had this year was here at Gorman, so it was evident and we knew we didn't have to worry about it after the fact.
yes,
But after the fact, it would normally be a phone call from the
from that,
Yeah, because you had the game. Sometimes you have a go back game the next year, you know, like you have a contract for 2 games.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a one-off thing, but it's still the school of record that wherever the game was played needs to communicate with the schools that, and if they're not doing that, then that's a site problem, and we can't control site problems, obviously.
Right.
So I understand the concern that you can't control, and you get issues like with Foothill where there was no communication, you know, that it actually happened that way. But it is just out of respect, it's the site, the home site needs to report to.
that's what I figured. I just wanted to ask because you have more experience than you do. Thank you, Domingo.
Okay, Christine.
And great question, Jay, Christina Rocket, Region 4. When it comes to, I don't think, what came down was it wasn't a single game. After one thing was uncovered, then a few things, you know, going back into the season. And again, a lot of it related back to the out-of-state games that were played and finding out things that had happened, you know, outside of NIAA, right? And not knowing and understanding the score reporting procedures, which is why my question is, when was all this explained? So that if we knew we had to be on top of something and report those pieces, just like Tamia just said, she found out 3 days ago that one of her out-of-state teams, you know, there was a forfeit, which would affect their ranking, right? And where they fell within the thing. You know, that, but that is the larger issues than having more accurate seating procedures when it comes time for playoffs. And I won't disagree, the playoff games, and I know our team did not make playoffs this year, I would say that for the record, right? But when my coach and I were talking about some of the things that were going on in playoffs, we were talking about how should be a great playoff season, we'll have competitive games. Do we think that everybody fell where they should? Well, after what happened the last week, it seems that they're definitely, it brought forth a lot more questions about the validity within the system. And does the system have all the pieces in place to really be a valid, reliable system so that we don't have 3 different outcomes within a 24-hour period that affected how teams prep for their possible Friday night game or their Friday night game 3 weeks from that day. So, yeah.
I follow up then.
Okay, go ahead, Judy.
So. I don't, Tim, if you can kind of maybe help me with the timeline as well, and everyone that's here. Wasn't there an issue with max preps across the country?
Timeline with Max Preps. I've shared this with Lisa and she has the email from Max Preps with the explanation. We have confirmation from Max Preps prior to Saturday's final week of the regular season. That they would run the numbers for us in Nevada that night so we could do our job on Sunday. We ran the numbers on Sunday morning, like we were supposed to, and we put the bracket together and we released the bracket. At a little after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I received a call from Shadow Ridge's athletic administrator saying that the numbers had changed on Max Preps. I thought she would, I'll be honest with you, I've known her a very long time. I thought she was nuts. I was like, what are you talking about? No, you're looking at it wrong, the whole thing. And I apologized to her. I called her back and said, you weren't nuts. We found out what happened. At that moment, we went in and looked at Max Preps and did learn that the numbers had all changed. So we reached out to our Max Preps rep. I reached out to our Max Preps rep's boss, and then we reached out to the NFHS because they're part of the play-on system and they are part of Max Preps. At which point we learned that Max Preps had rerun the numbers from the previous week at the behest of another state because they had forfeitures that had not been put in. We learned at that time that we were not alone in that. If you follow anything in sports news, you'll see Idaho had the same issue. They had some forfeitures that were not reported and Max Preps numbers were run. There were other states that were actually in their seating meeting and the numbers changed while they were there. We had other states that we learned had left their seating meetings, changed and had come back. So it was not an isolated event. Max Preps has notified us, they are apologizing and they but there's nothing we can do at that point. At that time, we decided that it would be the best to use the accurate numbers we had from X Preps. They had not run the numbers that included all of our victories and losses for the week. I was of the belief at that time, and I still am of that belief, that if you're a principal of a high school and you have a valedictorian candidate and you run GPAs and you forgot to put in a grade, you just tell that student, sorry, that's it. You're not the valedictorian, or do you rerun it? And that's where I went. We reran it. We reran it and we released it. That was bracket number 2. It was accurate at that moment. And then at around, I would say, I don't want to quote the time, later that night, late that night, after 9, 10 o'clock at night, we received an email from a coach unaffiliated with the football program and unaffiliated with any of the schools that would be affected by that, that there was a forfeiture that we were not aware of. We looked into it that night. Looked into it again the next morning. We confirmed. That then became another issue that we needed to resolve. We became aware that there was a forfeiture that we did not know about. I went back to the same exact thing. It changed it. And once again, I used the same rational thought process that I just explained, that if we had a student that had the wrong grade and we discovered it through grade verification or any other method, we would rerun that. And we decided to do that. Prior to doing any of that, we were in communication with CCSD Athletics with a lengthy meeting. Now, I can tell you there was discussion amongst our staff that we could say the numbers we had at the end of the night on Sunday were it, and we were done. We could have told that coach, thank you very much, we're done. I believe that having information and not using it is not genuine. I believe it lacks integrity. And I believe that the fallout from that decision shows that our office had the integrity to use the numbers at the time we knew. I also have dealt with the issue that everyone has brought up, that the max prep rankings have continued to change since that moment. That is not incorrect. It's 100% correct. We are not the only state in the country that's playing football. We end at a certain time. Other states continue to play past our regular season. Other states are playing their postseason now. Those rankings will continue to adjust and change until the end of the football season, when I believe Texas finally finishes their season the second week of December. And then the final ones will then be done. So those numbers will continue to change. That's why we put the caveat in there that we would pull them on the Saturday at the end of regular season. That's the entire process that occurred. That was communicated to Ms. Sloan and her office staff. And at a meeting with the principals that they requested I attend, I explained it to them as well at that meeting.
Gonna go to call it.
Call them up, Division 4, just a couple questions, Tim.
Yep.
First one, why aren't we identifying who emailed you, on Sunday night?
I can name him if you like, but I thought it didn't need to be named at the person.
You've identified Shadow Ridge as the one who called you.
Yes,
So that's why.
they caught the first mistake.
Right,
The second mistake was caught by a coach of another school, and he emailed him. And I hadn't shared his name because I don't think it's relevant to share his name.
no, I'm not gonna point blank ask you to do that.
Okay, I didn't want to do that to him.
No, I understand,
He
but
was
I
right.
just want to point out that we have done that to Shadow Ridge though.
No, I'm not trying to throw Shadow Ridge on the bus.
I know, but
They put it on very public.
But I think it could be perceived in some ways that like Shadow Ridge impacted this by making a phone call, right? Which I recognize maybe didn't happen, but what we are also not doing is saying the other school or person who again impacted this, right? So I'm just pointing that out.
Okay.
I'm not asking you to point blank do that because I don't think Shadow Ridge should have been shared either. I think, Mr. Kenny, to your question or what is the problem here? I think the problem is I think very clear that this is a system that cannot be successfully followed, tracked, and analyzed by anybody other than the ones really like digging in and doing the work. I think it's not fair to our schools, our players, our families, our communities to guess how this is gonna look, right? And I think that's kind of the way that this is week by week. We're waiting to see how did the math, right? And then I think number 2, clearly we are relying with the third leg of this HRM system is relying on an external source that seems like we can't rely on very well, right? I mean, Max Preps is the third arm of this, that we are relying on their information to be correct. Whereas I could call today, I think, and say that I beat Centennial High School 50-0, right? And until that is verified or modified or whatever, like that can count, right? And that can count towards the rankings here. And so I think the point I just want to make sure is clear is that we believe that this system is not the correct direction we should be going. It is not fair to our communities, and it is incredibly unclear to 99% of people how it works and how it will pan out, which is why I don't believe it should be the system. That's to answer your question, I think. I do have an additional question. So Mr. Jackson, just to address the tiebreaker for Max Preps, where was that decision made to utilize Max Preps and when?
To the best recollection of my staff memory, it was in a realignment committee meeting. We discussed what we would do. Ms. Sloan asked the question as to how would we break a tie? We discussed the fact that while it's very rare and very uncommon for it to happen, there is a mathematical probability Harvard points could match, as could rubric points. And that Max Preps never has ties. They never put a team in as they never put in 2 2s, 2 8s, 9s. And then it would always be a linear number 1 through 74 in Nevada. And then we moved on from them. I can tell you it was not in the board meeting in January, but it was discussed prior to that in either a realignment committee meeting or a realignment meeting.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And I think just two thoughts. One, it almost never happens, except here we are, it happened in the first go of it.
Right.
And then second, I think that my concern is that we implemented a policy that was not approved, right? Because we didn't talk about it, we didn't vote on it, we didn't agree on it. I recognize that a decision had to be made in the moment, and I get that, right? I just think that it was the wrong decision. That's my
Point. It was not made in the moment at that time, on Sunday. That had been the practice since the first rankings came out in week last.
Okay.
There had been ties.
So was it identified on the sheet?
Yes.
Max Prep, okay, so I was not aware of that.
Yeah.
And I wish it would have been, I wish we had caught that. I also think though, from the staff's perspective on that, we probably, if it was happening that early on, I think there might have been an opportunity to circle back to the board and say, want to clarify because we are seeing ties happen about this tiebreaker procedure because we didn't have it approved in some way. So that's my thought on it.
Okay, we have some others, just for the record too, I was not on that realignment committee, so I don't know where that, and I would not have brought that up, since I didn't attend any of those meetings.
You was.
So I wasn't on this last one. So, all right, Ken Parker, you had your card up? Bypass? Okay, I'm gonna go to Dave Henneman.
Dave been returning liaison. Couple points. First point about, out-of-state games that you have. I think it should be wise for each school. When I was in Arizona, we actually played Needles. I had to track all of Needles football games during that season and send it to the AIA every week. It was an easy little form. I just felt like, there it is. It was just a chart. I sent it in, and believe me, it was tough. That was like 12, 13, 15 years ago, trying to find NIAA scores. Because you're looking at the preps and trying to get everything and make sure it's legitimate. Another point about Max Preps. Not everything is, any parent or anybody can put in a score for Max Preps. I had on, like, I was watching one of the games, playoff games last week. Looking at the score on Max Preps and it said 67-41. Those scores were like that. Yeah, because some parent in the stand or some student in the stand gets on a Max Preps. Think it's important that the coaches, administrators, ADs, those schools check to make sure those scores are correct on Max Preps before it goes to the next thing. I know it's a little step, but if you want things right for your team and your school to do that. And also, when you look at the whole range, there was one school, it's a 4A school, that played two 2A teams this past season. And you all know. So that team could have lost out of points. Because I know they got a win number 1, 2, 18, lost another one, that team didn't make the playoffs. But that can also affect the points there too, because you look at it, you play these out of state teams that do play longer than us. So we just have to keep that in mind.
All right, I'm gonna go to Keith and then I'll go to Ken.
So, Tim has maybe going into another agenda item, but I believe on this. But said that it was Mac. Anywhere in the minutes where we stated it wasn't the seating committee. And am I misremembering? I know it was a really long meeting.
That's another agenda item.
I understand that, but
Okay.
it relates to this because we talked about Max Preps being the tiebreaker, and I believe in the initial proposal, there was wording about a. Yeah. As part of the discussion and part of the initial presentation, and if I'm incorrect, Tim, please feel free.
You'd have to go back to January. There was a motion made by member Riddle, seconded that laid out the format we have in place.
Okay,
There was a lengthy discussion about it. At one, member Riddle does come back and say, do I need to amend my motion to include the committee? The standalone to the HRM system. Mr. Davis informed her that we didn't need it because the HRM system, we would just put them in there where they fell. And at that point, the discussion never came back to it again. The motion was never amended, and then it went forward. Before the final vote, there was a member made the statement that they wanted the board to understand that there were two proposals brought to the board, the HRM original and the second one brought by the Southern Nevada principals. And that this new system was a complete deviation from those two original proposals. So at that point, there was no committee placed because we used the HRM system.
at that point, was Max Preps decided, or you said that was at a different?
That was at there was a realignment committee meeting, or we're still.
I understand, I'm just asking, it wasn't stated at that board meeting?
No, sir, it was not.
Okay,
And then when the first tie happened, I believe it was week 6, Bart. Week 5.
One of the early ones, it happens when you have those three numbers. And you're averaging them, it's gonna happen more often than you think it is. When Mr. Jackson said earlier. Ties in the rubric are. They never have. Ties and open points. Can happen, and that becomes a problem, simply because there's a lot of possibility for that. That answers it.
Okay, thank you. But I think at the end of the day, it's because it's not documented, the tiebreaker, even though discussions.
right, and that's why I was asking.
Even though
I was
there's
confirming for
discussion.
myself,
Even though there's
there was
discussion,
discussion of a seating committee initially, and then. So there was a lot of back and forth, I understand that, it was a lot of back and forth. Sorry,
I don't have a card.
oh,
Yeah, there was, the original purpose of the seating committee, as if you recall, was there was concern about travel between north and south. If we did not see a statewide 5A open division, we would be looking at the potential of schools traveling north and south multiple times during the postseason. And that's where the seating committee was being played out.
thank you, I appreciate the clarification.
okay, I'm gonna go to Ken.
Just real quick, Ken Parker, 280 liaison south, place out at, going up to Newville days, tracking out of state teams, we play a lot of out of state teams, we can have to follow up, it's just part of it, you have to follow up. And being around for about 15, 20 years now, 2A South, our league has always pushed and spoke and had our home teams enter those scores. Right after the game, that day, that night, that's the visiting team go home, it's not their problem, it's the home team problem. It's been a common practice for many, many years, throughout every sport we have. It does take a little bit of time, not much, assistant coach can do it, we assign assistant coaches. I know Max Preps can sway them, can remember having to make phone calls in every day, every game, basketball, football, whatever it is, to RJ. Or to whoever it might have been over the years, I think just accountability as a home site, making sure that was incorrect is part of it. And we do have to follow up with those Arizona schools to make sure that they're game is legit, they're, a week later, everything's still good, yeah, all right, you follow up. So I do think putting in the scores is a responsibility that should be on that team, that squad, that coach, that administrator, that site. Say, is it in? Is it done right? Yes, okay, and then move on. And then maybe double check, doesn't take that long to double check.
Which, and I agree with you, going back 100 years when I coached West, his assistant, hey, get on the bus, call the score in. But the new part of this is the outside, you're playing out of state teams. That's the big discussion at this point and where we're at today. Because league play is
Have a lot
different.
of communication with their administration.
Yeah. All right, Kim,
And just to clarify, I want to make sure there's, we, absolutely, our coaches all put it into max preps. That is not a question, everybody knows that. I'm just talking about the extra stuff of having to report it to the NIAA. That's a part of this. Max preps, everything, yeah, they have to put it into the home site. As Ms. Sloan just alluded, I think you guys play a lot of out-of-state teams, right? We play one a year, and again, ours, we just found out about it. And when it's a California team, I think is this year maybe the weird outlier because they had so many forfeits because of the ineligible things going on there. But it's hard when you play that team second week of the season and then you get into league play, you don't think about it again. And then it happens again because they continue to play after we do. That's always going to be a problem if we don't set some sort of date. That's like, okay, this is when we stop looking at scores because California's still playing. And most of us play a California teams. So if California's still playing those scores, hell, they could come up with an ineligible player next week. So there has to be just some sort of drop dead time date that we don't look at. Because it's going to continue to change.
well, the whole intent of this. Want to go forward?
No, ma'am, but
Okay, sorry. The whole intent of this is that we come back to the table, we discuss what occurred, how do we make it better? We put some structures in place. That is exactly what I asked Mr. Jackson and staff to do. So I think at the end of this item going forward, we were to continue to go in the same direction as which we are now. Is this what we want? Is this good enough? Does this explain everything? Are we missing a step? Those of you that are in the schools, are we good with this? Alex.
that goes exactly to my point. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's what I was gonna ask because I'm reading the agenda item and it says lead a review and seek potential modifications of the HRM system. And it sounds like we've identified a problem. We've identified a possible resolution. And that's what I wanted to ask for clarification because I thought I heard, I apologize if I misunderstood Colin, but I thought I heard Colin say to scrap this HRM system. I don't know if I heard that correctly,
That's labor.
but it sounds to me like we've identified a problem that happened. It sounds like it wasn't an anomaly throughout the country, but we know what it was, we know what it is, and I think moving forward, we can take the necessary steps to fix that problem. So if that's something that we can do, I think it's a great idea. We move forward
And that's what this item is about. I mean, and the whole max prep running the, that's not the fault. I'll just say it. That's not the fault of anyone, right? That's all on max preps. So once again, my question, so we can, for the sake of moving on. Are we good with recommendations if we were to maintain the direction in which we're doing now? Taking a look at 93. Is there anything, I'm gonna ask Tim and staff, is there anything more that the NIAA could possibly do to help and assist schools as we go into next year? Mr. Jackson.
Tim Jackson, we have reached out to other states that dealt with the same exact issue with max preps to ask them what they've put in place. Actually went to, remember McNaughton's home state, Rhode Island. They had the exact same thing happen last year. And asked them how they resolved it and how did they build back their credibility? Because let's just be honest, that's what this is about. This is not about Tim Jackson. This is not about the Board of Control. This is about credibility. When you make a mistake and you fix it, good for you, but you chip your credibility. You have two mistakes, your credibility is now cracked and fractured. That's where we're at, and I understand that, and I accept that fact that we need to correct our credibility. Talked to the executive director at length about what they did. And I talked to the company they brought in. Told them that after today's meeting, as this board made a decision moving forward, I would be back in contact with them as necessary. They brought in an outside entity that handled all calculations. Transparent, open. All the math is shown, all the results are shown, everything. Now, do I believe we can do that from a staff point? Yes, I do. I believe we could do that. But I believe in order for us to put the credibility back within our state membership of this, we need to bring in this outside group to do that for us. And I would be willing to say that Bart Davis, who would agree with me on this, we've had initial conversations with them. What they do in Rhode Island is not exactly the same as us. But what I have had a conversation with the gentleman who owns the company that does it for them. They would gather all the data. They would gather all the information. And they would then compile it in a manner in which the formula relates. I do believe that if this board wants to continue with the HRM system, I think the one caveat we need to put in is that the max prep standings are pulled on one date at one time, and that's how they stand from that moment. In other words, we pull them at 6 o'clock on Sunday or whatever time the board determines. What they are at that point is what they are. Max Preps has indicated that they will notify us. We don't trust that right now as to when they will run their rankings on Sunday. But we believe that that time is around 3 p.m. that they run them. And if that's the case, then we can set that time at 3 p.m. We will work with Max Preps to get that time if we continue using the Max Preps aspect. The other thing we can also do, and I think it's on our behalf, is this. There has been question about how come, I'm gonna throw it out there, how come Fernley is ranked 6th and they're a 3A school and they're in front of all these other schools, showing folks how to drill down to the rankings within their division, which is a drop menu over, and showing how your schools move and reallocate their rankings within other like divisional schools is an educational component that we can compile and we can present. So I think those are some of the things. So in its current form right now, I think there is room for revision.
Mr. Holmes.
Dennis Holmes, Superintendent. Mr. Jackson, I certainly appreciate your humility and ownership and your level of professionalism. Especially when times when you have to make difficult decisions. I think that's commendable. And I think it needs to be said publicly. Along with that, with what you just said. So this outside entity combined with the potential tiebreakers to address the situations that occurred this year. If I'm hearing right. And I hope I'm not wrong, but that solves everything.
I think the one issue that we will always have a problem with is the forfeitures of out-of-state teams. I think what we would be faced with is a situation where we would have to have the term I would like to use, the phrasing I would like to use, accurate data at the time we released it. This is the data we had at the time we released it. Because I can tell you without hesitation, I have received emails from people across our state that have said, well, I ran it at this time and this is what I came up with. I've run it at this time and this is what I've come up with. And that's what I see happening. If we put the drop dead, this is the data we had at this time. If it changes after this point, we are no longer making changes, which is the statement I put out after the second bracket came out, or the third bracket, excuse me, second revision, that anything found out after this point, we are not addressing. We're moving forward from this point.
Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
So who owns that data?
Who owns what data?
Who owns the data and the timeline, report the data?
The NIAA.
Thank you.
Okay, Tammy?
Just real quick, so that we can, because I'm kind of has something to do with, I think, a future item possibly, but I think part of all of this is, I think, and I don't want to put anyone in bad situations, because I think that's kind of what happened, is maybe we have some sort of committee and it's not just one person making decisions. Like it's not one or two people where you might have, and I know that that's part of, like the seating committee is another part of this. But I think that a lot of the perception maybe is that it seems like it's one person making decisions. Now, whether that's true or not, I feel like that might be the perception.
It's numbers making decisions. We don't put it, I'm gonna say this as politely as I can, Tammy, it's not for you, I'm gonna say as politely as I can. The NIAA does not care about the name on the line. We care about how the name got on the line. That's where we're at. Like, we don't look at a school and say, oh, we don't want that school on this line. We were using straight numbers. And I don't mean that we don't care, we do care, obviously, but we aren't, there's no, the term has been used a lot here in the media, there's no eye test to this. It was straight numbers. And the question has been, where did the numbers come from? When did you get the numbers and what numbers are you using? And that's where the transparency comes in.
And I agree with you 100% on that. I think, like, because it was like, okay, we're not gonna take, again, you have to draw a line. You have to say, we're not doing anything past this point. I totally get that. But you know, we all know information came out the next day and then the next day and then the next day. And it's like, the decision was arbitrary, it had to be made. It absolutely had to be made. But I think maybe it's Tim Jackson making that decision when it should be maybe 3 people making that decision as opposed to one. I think just an idea that maybe. Because I'm one of those that doesn't think we should completely throw the system out. I think it works. I think max preps is clearly the issue that needs to be worked through. I just think that might be an idea for that.
All right, I'm gonna go to Colin. I think after that, I think we can close this. I'm gonna make some recommendations going forward. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do have a question about that also. Mr. Jackson, I appreciate the nod of Rhode Island, great state. Just want that in a minute. You know, can you include that as well? Certainly a state that is, just a wonderful state. Mr. Jackson, this outside company would cost money,
Probably so. I will tell you that they are willing to work with us on that.
but they would cost.
They would cost us some money.
Okay, second question, if we set a date and time, so let's say that the max preps, you're gonna pull the results at noon on Sunday.
Mhm.
If I went in at 11:58 on Sunday AM and changed all my scores, would my ranking change?
Only if Max Preps reran their.
Okay, so let's say it was like a couple hours before they did rerun their numbers, before it could be verified. In theory, I could modify my result very quickly so that my data would be different. Is that correct?
It is correct, but
Okay.
that's why we want to move with the score reporting process.
Yeah.
So that we have a cross-reference.
Right, so I
So
think,
that we have it in 2 places now. We are basically taking the responsibility of Max Preps of maintaining our scores accurately
Yeah.
and removing it from them. And making sure that we are maintaining them as well. In other words, if I saw the same score you saw, it was Sloan Canyon was winning 67-41 over Slam.
Yep.
In the first quarter, and realized some kids on there screwing around with Max Preps. What the score reporting, the NIAA scores would do, that reporting process would then provide us a score that we could then cross-reference to make sure the score is accurate in Max Preps. And then by the close of business Saturday night of the regular season, we would be able to assert that all scores in there are accurate at the time of that running.
yeah, so I think my question, just before it gets turned around on me, obviously I wouldn't do that. But my question, I think, just highlights some of the flaws there of like the manipulation of this data. I also struggle with a system that exists it's now costing us more money to run, right? And I think, Member Woodley, just to your question, I think a modification is thrown out as well, right? I think that is certainly a question here. So my question, President Sloan and maybe Mr. Anderson, is I'm wondering if like we should review a future item, leave this one open, because if a future item were to happen, then this is kind of irrelevant. That's my question. I do think if a future item does not happen, then obviously we're gonna be stuck with something we have to fix. But I'm hoping that a future item becomes reality, and then it doesn't really matter what we do here. My goal of this item mainly was so a conversation could be had. But I did want it to also be open to modification as needed. So I guess the procedural question here is, can we move on? We can motion to table. Is that what we would do?
I personally, Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we should take this.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any we don't have concrete. There's been a lot of discussion. Number one, potentially bringing out an outside group. Number two, we need to include in here that max prep deadline. When's a deadline is a deadline. Tim made a comment about put a statement in about accurate data at this specific time. We need to put a little more, in the event future. We gotta think immediate right now, because we don't know what's gonna happen in the other items. So I believe personally it's best that we table this, give the staff direction in regards to those three items.
And it could be tabled to a later conversation today. Right, like tabling just kicks it from this moment to the next moment that we discuss it, right?
We bring back.
Well, you have a flexible agenda, so we can do that.
And we could always reconsider a vote as well, so yeah, okay,
Okay.
so I would make a motion to table this item.
Okay. Second? Second. Okay, thank you. We have first, we have second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Who
Alex.
said that?
Me.
Alex,
Okay.
thank you. Okay, now let's go to item number 10, discussion review of the seating committee. I have some public comment cards here.
I'm sorry, can I make a motion to move to 11, because I think 11 may just move to 11, and then we can come back to 10, since we have a flexible agenda. Can we make a motion to do that, or will we just do that since we have a flexible agenda?
Well, we need a motion.
What's that?
We can just.
It's a flexible agenda, so
Okay.
you can. Yeah.
Okay, so we are now going to 11. That's on page 96. We have some speakers at this time. I'm actually gonna bring up Mr. Farr. You're gonna come back up first.
It's item number 11, not 10.
Yeah, we bypassed 10 to go to 11.
So my name is Joseph Farrar. This proposal is about the realignment, and I absolutely do agree that something has to happen before 2028. You know, I don't think we can wait time to go ahead and make another decision based on what happens, you know, postseason for football. The thing that's you know odd to me about some of the proposals that I saw in this is the proposal of like making an open division with 10 teams. Probably should just call it 6A. You know, I don't think any other state calls it open division, but probably should call it 6A. Beyond that, you know, I just feel like this season, the way that it was divided up, I didn't really see any problems with the way it was divided up necessarily. I don't even know if you need to change like how many are in each section either, you know? I think that you could have had this whole season be the same way that it was without obviously the issues with the HRM system. I know that people do have opinions obviously about playing Bishop Orman with the belief system that that's the end of their season. Foothill went into the game against Bishop Gorman like any other, you know, game. And Foothill would play Bishop Gorman again. You know, it's not really an issue there, but I think that there is a possibility that if you wanted to make that open division playoff start as the first week of the playoffs. And out of that 4 teams that play, the 2 teams that lose, it would relegate back down to 5A to finish the playoffs in 5A. Maybe that would solve the problem with, you know, teams that don't want to play Bishop Gorman, you know? So then you have a championship game still for Bishop Gorman, but the 2 teams that lose in the open division playoffs, they go like down to 5A, finish out their season there. So, just my thoughts.
Thank you.
Can we just have public comment or identify ourselves or anything?
He did.
I didn't catch that.
He did.
Joseph.
Yeah.
Roll, or did they just name, that's all. it said.
Joseph Farrar.
Okay.
All right, Tia, you have a statement from Gorman,
Yes,
and who wrote this?
this is coming from my friend over there, Grant Rice. Would you like to read?
Grant, would you like to speak?
But you need to come up towards my microphone, Grant. Thank you.
All right, I think all the board members have that letter.
Yeah.
So I won't read it again. I just jotted a few things down. Thank you for having me, Grant Rice, Athletic Director, Bishop Foreman. I think we've seen here today, and I appreciate Mr. Jackson. There were some flaws in the system, in the tiebreakers and the playoffs. Some unfortunate things happened. We all know that teams were affected. Teams thought they were playing someone, the next hour they were playing somebody else. So that was a flaw, whatever the word for it is.
they've made it clear they're gonna make adjustments, they're gonna improve that. Seems like Mr. Barr said. There wasn't, there's some lopsided games in any league you have, if you look at max preps, if you look at the schedules. But the regular season, there weren't that many issues. I think we're really jumping to conclusions here with the 10-team league proposal. Because of a system flaw that they've said they're gonna change, that they're gonna improve. There's a lot of smart people in here, a lot of smart principals have ideas. We respect that. My interest, obviously, I work at Bishop Foreman, so I'm interested in what happens. But I'm also a 30-year Nevada resident. I went to UNLV, played sports at UNLV. I've seen this city grow, high school, basketball, baseball, soccer, football. If we go to a league where there's 10 teams, we are taking a step 20 years backwards, and it's sad. It would be a sad thing, and it might not affect some schools, but there are many schools that it will affect. It will affect your students. That student might not get a scholarship. They aren't seen. Football's different. Football doesn't have club sports. They have 7-on-7 now, but these kids don't get seen like they do in volleyball and soccer and basketball, where they're traveling with their clubs. Scholarships at your schools for your student athletes will be lost. And I've seen it. I've seen this city grow. I've seen sports grow. I just don't want to take a step backwards. And you might think I'm biased because Bishop Foreman football, we all get it. But I truly believe that the state will go backwards if we implement this 10-team league. Last thing, and I'll keep it brief. Bishop Foreman, we're a member of the NIAA in good standing, we always have been, and that will not change. We don't plan on going independent. If you create a 10-team league, we will play in it, and we will play our one out-of-state game, and we will compete just like we do now. So this will not force us out. It will just make us play in a 10-team league. And so I just honestly, I don't want to see the state go backwards. And I see it in all sports. We travel, I'm the basketball coach. We travel, I've seen the growth, the scholarships, the exposure that Nevada athletes are getting. And I don't want to see that ruined because of, let's just say, because of Bishop Foreman football, or that. So just think about that when we.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna bring up Jonathan Seidel, for the last one.
So thank you for this. I'm Jonathan Seidel, principal of Foothill High School, and I just want to express my pride in our coaches, players, and parents for their dedication and focus despite a lot of the confusion in the last month. I'm proud that on last Friday, our 6-3 team, a team which was ranked behind many teams of similar size, if not Sloan Canyon, Bishop Mendoza, Spanish Springs, that we went out and had a great game against Bishop Foreman. We were the first team to score on Bishop Foreman this season, and we even made it to the first half without a running clock and any major injuries. So those were our successes. That was our benchmark. Yes, our students did get exposure, but I wonder why schools in the north also don't want to have the opportunity to be exposed on the national stage, as Bishop Foreman was saying. So I think that we have to ask ourselves, how did Foothill get here? We're very proud of what we did on Friday night, but we did end up losing 56-6 in our only playoff game. And I'm here today to give you a human face on what happened. No principal should have to go and bring in their players an hour before press release is going to be sent out to the state to explain, hey guys, your coaches planned all Sunday night for a game on Friday, a home game. So we have a chance to win and move forward. Oh, never mind. You're now going to take a 3-week break and you're going to play away at Bishop Foreman. No principal should have to do that. That's not acceptable. And people are going to play this game if we don't fix it. Coaches are not dumb. They know now the rules of the game. If we don't fix it today, we're going to have problems. So on October 25th, after the regular season, the Review Journal said Shadow Ridge, they said based on everything they see, would get the Open Division last spot. However, they relied on max preps, and that's what switched it. And so we were pushed in to the dreaded 4th spot on Monday morning. To Tim Jackson's credit, he did call to us. He was very communicative. We understood that, and we made that decision to talk to the players directly before the press release. The NIAA accused Foothill of causing the chaos by failing to report out-of-state forfeit. Yet Max Preps adjusted their website on September fifth, and there's never been a formal NIAA system for reporting such forfeits from out of state. As we've seen, that is the issue that created it, and that's going to continue to happen. There's still no published guidelines until today about what to do. And when I asked, why don't we just use the NIAA universal tiebreaker policy that is published on the website, has been there all season for a long time? You approved it. I was told, well, we can't use that because there are no common league opponents. Okay, I get that. So this solution is the solution to all the issues you brought up today. Number one, the 10-team league, it eliminates reliance on max prep. We don't have to worry about it. Anyone can put in whatever they want over there, that's fine. It does not matter. With all league teams playing each other, the NIAA can establish and use its established tiebreaker
Thank you.
policy.
Thank you.
Are you speaking on behalf of the group or?
Foothill, yeah.
Okay, I don't know the rules.
I have like 2 seconds. Am I not an organization?
Just finish.
Go ahead.
Okay, number two, it reduces non-league reporting confusion, like we've heard all this time, it happens all the time, we have no idea. We still have not been reached out by the team that forfeited. This was just seen on the news website, that's it, Max Prep saw it, we assumed NIA knew, there was no hidden agenda. And it creates a playoff structure that's competitive, a 6-team structure encourages strong play throughout the season, unlike the current format, which rewards the 4th place team with a 3-week bye and a guaranteed away loss to the state's best team. So I encourage you to vote for a proposal. We need to do it now for next season.
Thank you. Paul, just for clarification, I have 2 other principals speaking, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. I just want to make sure we're on the,
The way it works is it's 3 minutes for an individual. So if it's an individual principal from an individual school, then it's 3 minutes. If it's an individual principal speaking on behalf of all the principals, then you can have 5.
so we need to limit to 3.
Yes.
What about speaking on behalf of your school community?
That's, if that's, you're representing your school, that's.
Okay.
Well, my
Tracy,
concern
Kenneth?
is we just gave the last person more time. So, I just think that we should be equitable across the board, right? And so I think we need to be clear with our public speakers moving forward, how much time do they have and why did the previous principal get more time?
I just mentioned it, 3 minutes for an individual, 5 minutes overall. Suggested that he just finish because he said he had a couple of items to add and it took about 40 seconds. So
Okay, hang
I
on.
apologize for that.
You're good. Ms. Cavazos?
I would just recommend that, into, Principal McNaught's point that, we did make a decision right there that if we have somebody, I believe that principal sign on, just that I have like 2 seconds, we took, I don't know what. 3 seconds more.
Yeah.
That if we have somebody else that we just try to be equitable, not make a real big deal about it, just try to be consistent. If they have just like a bit of a sentence to finish. So I think that it was not clear before that 3 minutes to 5 minutes, because we did not state that. So I think we'll just be reasonable there.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. 3 minutes or 5 minutes. I don't think I need 5 minutes, but we'll see. My name is Teresa Cannon. I'm the principal of Shadow Ridge High School. And I'm here today in support of the football realignment for a possible action. I think that I give a unique perspective as someone who's not a sports person per se. I don't understand a lot of it. I am like a lifetime teacher and now I'm leading a building and I try really hard to understand everything that's going on, but I've never been given a good explanation for how come we were in the 4 seed almost all season and then played Foreman. I thought, well, I have no idea what the score was. It was a lot to none, I think. But I thought maybe we'd go up in the rankings, not understanding the rankings at all. No one's been able to explain to me, to someone who's just the leader of a school, but not totally versed on sports in this system, what happened. So I'm in favor of playing each other, playing a 10-team, so it's clear you beat me and so I'm lower than you, or I beat you, so I'm higher than you. That makes sense to me, and it, I think, makes sense to our community. I can't support a system that I can't explain. And I can explain, I understand the math, I get it, but I don't understand the volatility within max preps. And I think it caused a lot of angst and confusion for not just our school, but many schools. And so going back to a system that if I play you and you play me, and then we can fairly rank each other, that makes sense to me. I don't think it's fair to use a system for schools that we can't fully explain. I think that's all.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Dwayne Bickmore.
Dwayne Bickmore, principal at Arborview High School. Currently, we have a system that's crazy with points that are all trying to say who's the best team in Nevada based on how you did against Nebraska and California and Texas. We're looking at all these other schools in other states to figure out who's the best in our state. When we can have a system when we play each other, our 9 or 10 best against our 9 or 10 best, our next 9 or 10 against our next 9 or 10. And it just goes on who beats who. And if there's a tie, you go with your head-to-head win, and it's done. And I disagree that this hurts our kids' ability to be recruited on a national level. I have every dang top school in this nation on my campus weekly, and it's not because I went and played a team from Nebraska. It's because I got a 5- and 4-star kid here, and they're gonna go see me play for them. I want Foreman to stay. I want to beat Foreman. I want to beat the best, and they're the best. This old system is all about people not wanting to play Gorman and the best. That's crazy. Let's play the teams in our state with a sprinkle of other teams. They'll still come see our kids. Our kids are still gonna get opportunities to go on to the next level. Because we have the best playing the best, and we have 4 stars playing 4 stars and 5 stars playing 5 stars. And my receiver playing up against their DB. I don't need California for that and Texas to that, and I'm grateful to have 1 or 2 games outside the state. Fine. But instead, we're doing this crazy point system where people are arbitrarily behind the scene deciding when to cut off the points. It can be manipulated. People can forfeit and duck, and that's crazy. So simple. Play each other. 9 and 10 team systems. We'll know who's the best in the state, who deserves to have the banner on the wall, and we move forward and we get better and try and beat that team next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Okay, so at this time, I'm gonna turn it over to Ms. Brockett.
Thank you, Christina Brockett, Region 4. Speaking on behalf of agenda item number 11. So what we have within the packet on page 97 is a proposal for our football realignment. Just to clarify, a lot of these realignment pieces, if not all, really affect more of the southern schools right now versus the rest of the state, because the way that our system is currently set up with the open division and how that is split up, that is, again, this is a direct correlation to really relating back again to how the southern schools right now are looking at their realignment within our regular play or regular league play to then determine the playoffs, et cetera, when it goes to the next pieces. So within our proposal, what we have here is we have an open division, 6A, whatever you want to call it, open division, which has 10 teams, 5A division, which has 10 teams, 4A division, which is too large to have a 10-team system, and we already have a pretty strong 3A system. So that is split back into those 2 leagues, the mountain and the desert league. The reason that we have it split up this way is to provide that equitable playing piece where everybody can play everybody, where we have clear NIAA rules and procedures for how tiebreakers work, so we don't end up in this type of situation again, right? As mentioned before, when we're looking at the current system, I think that we need, and I had mentioned this before, the system is just not valid yet, right? Anytime that a nationwide test comes out, SATs want to ask new questions, ACTs want to ask new questions, they field those questions and they run it in the background. But that's not the determining factor on whether or not that question is going to count towards that kid's score or not towards that kid's score. We do have a system, we've had a system in place that we know, we understand, we can see how it works. Our proposal is to continue with that system, as well as looking at running numbers in the background, running a rubric system in the background, just to see and to create a more valid system for maybe in the future, if we have to go beyond like a 10-team division, so that you can have a valid system where we don't end up in the same boat of, again, having 3 different outcomes within a 24-hour period, because it did create credibility issues within, as Mr. Jackson had already pointed out, within the NIAA and the structure that we currently have. It creates that mistrust. It creates people speculating on, you know, how did this happen? How do we go from this to this to this? And we can't explain it. We just don't have all those pieces in place because we didn't have all those details communicated beforehand. So we do need to fix those pieces. But in the meantime, while we're figuring out all the details that are going to work and that are going to be credible, having a system where we can all play each other, which is the 10-team system, since we have 10 games within a regular system, it still allows, yes, for that one, you know, Hall of Fame game, playoff, whichever game. But then when we have teams with the same record, we can go back to how did that team do head to head, so that we have appropriate seeding for our playoffs. I know a playoff thing that was not discussed here, but I apologize if I step on anybody's toes for mentioning it, but there wasn't just one seeding that was in question with the 4th seed in the open playoffs. But, you know, there are definitely teams that were counting on hopefully having a home game for their playoff and finding out they're not going to have a home game because of where they were seated. So those are some of those issues that came up with the whole seating place with the current HRM system. We just don't see, again, that the HRM system is valid. And I will say, yes, we just haven't run it. We ran it against, I think, the last year's, if I remember correctly, just to see how it would work out, right? But again, when somebody's running a system to see if you can really validate what's going on, they don't run it one time. They field test it for a little while to make sure that it's something that is actually going to work before you run it, roll it out to a whole organization. And that's what we're looking at here, is coming back to, again, yes, I know it's a little bit an older system, as Mr. Bickmore, Principal Bickmore just pointed out. We still have colleges coming onto campuses, looking at our kids, even when we're not playing out-of-state teams, or we're not having, you know, half of our games being in California, Nebraska, Texas, all these, right, these big states here. We have that potential here so that we can still have a valid state championship, as well as create, again, that credibility within our own system, within our own state, with our member schools, so that we can all find a way to come together as Bart put it earlier, we are, you know, we're one organization for the entire state. We're not the organization for the state versus our California teams versus our other out-of-state teams. We need to see how we do against one another, right, within the state, in order to determine who's the best in the state. Because at the end of the day, what we're playing in, is it this Friday or is it next week? For football playoffs? Tuesday, okay, so it is next week, so after F1. After all the F1 stuff. But what we are playing for next Tuesday, it's not a Western championship, it's not a national championship, it is the NIAA Nevada State Championships. And that's what we're looking at, and that's why we're proposing, again, a 10-team, or those 10-team divisions, so that we have that equitability. Again, maybe looking at running systems in the background, just to create that validity within whatever system, because if the state grows and its number of schools grow, I could see where we need to move towards a rubric system. We can create a system right now where we don't necessarily need that piece, which would then save us money, because then we wouldn't have to pay some data people to run some systems in the background too at the same time.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes.
Yes, all superintendents, respectfully to the entire committee. So we have this board received a recommendation from the realignment committee in January. And I think we ended up with what, 3 votes on that recommendation. And it was finally adopted. And yet now we want to change it again. Am I close or?
Mr. Jackson.
No, the realignment committee submitted it 3 times to the board.
3 times.
And the board rejected the 3 versions. And then a 4th version was brought forth with principals from Clark County. And then that 4th version was then created into what ended up being the 5th, this determining version, which was adopted over the course of a 2-day meeting. So the realignment committee's version is, there's pieces of it, let me say it that way. It's cobbled together with different pieces.
So I'm, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
thank you, Madam Chair. So this board, our primary purpose is policy and regulation and governance. But then now we're once again. Yeah, I want to use the word challenging, I won't say it respectfully, but we're, expanding on the potential opportunity yet for change again, so that's where I just, in all honesty, I'm struggling with that. Thank you.
Yes, call.
Calling out Region 4 Superintendent, I appreciate your input on that. I think that we as a board are responding to a system that is flawed, that does not work. We are fixing the problem, is my opinion about this, and why the recommendation for the change here. I also would like, again, the record to show that the proposal that we are dealing with, that the South is dealing with, was not supported by the South, right? I mean, it was voted in not by the Southern principals sitting in front of you today, right? We opposed it. I think that my opposition was incredibly clear in January for lots of different reasons. And so we are here today, yes, modifying a decision that was made in January that we don't believe was the right one. And clearly, based on what happened here, it was not. And so, with all due respect to the realignment committee, I think what we actually did as a board was the realignment committee brought us a proposal. And I believe the proposal was stick with what we have, right? Like, I think that was the original thing that happened when we had like the 5A1, 5A2, 5A3, right? The realignment committee spent like a whole day, I think up in Reno or somewhere up in the north, figuring this out. They kicked it all around. They came back to us and said, actually, we think this current plan is fine. Let's run with it, right? And then we as a board made a decision that we thought there were too many kids getting trophies, right? Which I don't agree with. I don't think that was the situation. I think like it's okay for multiple kids to get trophies. I think that's fine. And I don't think kids cared that they were holding up the 5A2 state championship versus the 5A3 state championship, right? And so we as a board rejected the realignment committee's recommendation and then threw things into chaos, right? And then I think that's where it went to like this proposal and that proposal and this proposal. And so with respect to the board, I think we created this problem, Board of Control created this problem. And I think that it has significantly negatively impacted the South. The South is the one that has had to bear the burden of our rejection for the realignment committee. So yes, I agree. We have a realignment committee. We should rely on that. We should lean into what they are doing. We should take their recommendations and actually do it, right? But unfortunately, we created this chaos. And so the South is asking this board to support us in fixing the problem that we are dealing with, right? And we believe that this is the cleanest, easiest solution to fix this problem now, and then we can throw it to the realignment committee for the next cycle for them to come up with a proposal that hopefully this board will support, because the people doing that work deserve that, right? And so I totally hear you, Superintendent. I appreciate that. And yeah, I don't want to have to change things, but unfortunately, I think this board has created a situation where we have to, because, and once again, I do want to stress that this only impacts the South. Okay, this has no impact, yeah, it's here too. This has no impact to any other aspect of the state, at least is my understanding and my opinion, other than the South. So I think in order to solve a problem that we as a board created, the South is asking this board to help us solve the problem with the proposal you see on page 97. Thank you.
Mr. Jackson.
I'd just like to ask a question of the board, and it's open-ended. If the max prep recalculation had not occurred and the original forfeiture had not been an issue, so the original first bracket released at noon on Sunday had played out intact, would this board be meeting right here today? And if so, why? Because I believe we have, as a staff, presented to you ways to mitigate those responses that were incorrect, fix any transparency issues that are out there. But that is my question. If the max preps recalculation had not happened and the forfeiture was not a factor, so that the original first release bracket had been the final bracket, would we be here today?
Mr. Underwood.
Calling out Region 4, I think that's an impossible question to answer because we wouldn't necessarily know how things would have played out. With that being said, I will stress once again that the South was in opposition to this plan from day one. And so maybe we wouldn't be sitting at Centennial High School in November, but nothing's to say that we wouldn't be at the January board meeting up in the north presenting the same thing. This plan doesn't work and we'd like it changed because, like I said, from the get-go, we were in opposition.
Dave.
David Evans, Charlie Liaison. So, with all due respect, how often are we gonna keep doing this? We do this year after year after year, because this year, as you said, the South is opposed to this. What's gonna happen next year? The North is gonna be opposed to it. Year after that, charters, privates gonna be like, how often are we gonna keep beating around the bush? I get it, there is a flaw in the system. But if your house has a loose door knob, are you gonna turn on the whole house and rebuild it again? Or are you gonna fix the loose door knob? I think we have the loose door knob with max preps. We can fix that. I think we can move on with the current system. I know talking with our student athletes and coaches, the old system we had before where we had, you played everybody in your league, then you go to playoffs and you played everybody in the league again until it came to the last game. That wasn't fun. They're just saying like, why are we playing them again? Like, can we play cross leagues? With that, I'm like, hey, we could see top four in this league, top four in that league, they play. Do that, so I don't know, with this system. We're just gonna keep doing it over and over again, year after year. We just say, hey, let's see if this works. Yes, we had some flaws, let's fix it. The little flaws that we had, so we can do that.
And our response is kind of directed at me.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna go to Jay and then I'm
Yeah,
gonna go
for
to
sure.
Paul.
It feels like that was directed straight at me. So, calling out Region 4, I think it's unfair to equate with the situation we have with a loose doorknob in the house, right? Like, I'm not saying, I think half the house fell down and we have to move on because this is frankly, a disaster. And I think that it's not fair to our communities and our families and our students to tell them like, just ride the wave because we're gonna figure this out eventually, but like, you'll be all right for now, and everything will be fine. I mean, I can't imagine having to have been the principal of Foothill High School and pull all of my students in and look them in the face, the seniors who are never gonna get a chance to play in this system, fixed or not, again, and say, hey, remember when you thought you were like gonna have a home game? Well, now you're not. You're gonna go away and you're gonna get killed, right? You're gonna get beat, right? And I think that's so I think it's completely unfair to make that statement in a sense of like, we are not trying to do this over and over again. I can't imagine why the North would be in opposition because again, it has no impact on the North. But I think that what I just said though, was that in the future, I think this board should take the recommendation of the realignment committee. Because the realignment committee brought us a recommendation and we collectively said no, right? And so I think that hopefully we don't have to do this again until realignment in 2 years. But we should support when we're putting people to a task, let's take that information, let's run with it. This is a fix to a problem. This is not a broken doorknob in a house. This is the entire house does not work for more than half of the state. And we need to make a fix.
Thank you. I'm gonna go to Jay and then Paul.
I disagree with Paul and lately. You're talking about two teams. We've been talking about Foothill. We're talking about Shadow Ridge. Who else are we talking about? So how many teams are we talking about right now?
But just to be clear, Colin's not reading for it. If it's
I'm not done yet,
negatively,
Colin.
Hey, wait, I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna get order right now. We're gonna go one at a time.
So my question is, how many teams that got into these playoff brackets did it truly affect? Okay, and at the end of the day. When I look at all these seedings, and again, I go back to, this was really good football this year. Okay, and then two. I'm just thinking about legally, can we, as a board, is it in our bylaws or anywhere, can we do this? Can we make this change?
Okay, I'm gonna go to Paulman X, I'm gonna come to you.
Paul Anderson, legal counsel, that's the point I wanted to raise, just so everybody understands. If you read our regulations and what you see on the metal law, the law library now, when we pull up the regulations, is basically the old reg. I think it was regulation R 019-23, where we amended NAC 385B 250 through 254, which deals with realignment. But it didn't change the regulation from the standpoint of saying, once the realignment is determined, that is the alignment, and it's that alignment for that period of time. Changes we made, we went from 4 years to 2 years. So we're realigning basically constantly because of that fact. But the thought process there was, hey, it's only a 2 year period of time. This cycle, we're in a 3, because this board approved the need to move realignment outside of the legislative process when the legislature meets. So my point is this, that NAC 385B.250, which talks about realignment, basically states that once it's approved by the board, that is the realignment and is that alignment for that period.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Xavier.
All right, I'm gonna go back. Also, I'm gonna say there's a few colleagues in the room that, I'm gonna touch on, out of respect. When we started realignment 3+ years ago, the first thing we talked about was Harbin. Bart, we on the same page on that?
Testimony.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say, I know, I was in that room as a consultant. And then we talked about the rubric. And then we talked about Max Press, because at the time, Max Press was what the football coaches wanted. They only wanted to go with Max Press. As we've heard today, and we've seen, Max Press has been a little volatile. It changes day to day, it changes week to week. I will say, when I look at the rubric, again, I mean no disrespect. As we look and we watched football this year, we see our review as a top team. I mean no disrespect, but Gorman's the number 3 team in the room. The Harbin, if tweaked, if fine-tuned, then we understand the need and massaging of ensuring that our out of states are fine-tuned, knowing that it goes by the 3rd decimal, you have some minimal breakouts. So I share that and understand my comments are to share just to make people think. I'm not telling you whether I'm for or against anything, but I do have a couple additional comments, and I apologize. I kind of wanted to absorb and be a sponge today. Number one, there is no perfect system. Because if we go with the 10-team league, we understand the impacts. If we stay with what we have, we understand the impacts. We're not gonna make everyone happy. To Grant's point, Gorman is a member in good standing, but no one wants to be the 4th seed in the open division. And I will probably say that most people don't want to play Gorman because let's look at previous occurrences. They typically are winning state championships by 40, 50, 60 points. When you believe that the state championship should be amongst the top 2 teams, and a quite close game, and we're just not seeing it. The other thing I keep hearing it's not fair, the North doesn't get to play Gorman. So I know that today's discussion is to be South specific, but I mean, Dan, that's your kind of one that I don't want to disrespect. We keep hearing it, Spanish Springs is so good this year, and we're never gonna see a Spanish Springs potential, game with a school. I'm almost done, I apologize. I'll also give a shout out to Foothill, who with all the challenges, man, you played a great first quarter and a half, and then things kind of fell apart. I mean, it is what it is. Shadow, I can understand the concern about, they just lost to Gorman, and then in 2 weeks we get to play Gorman again. That sucks. Our review put a pretty good hurting on Vegas, right? Because Vegas has been undefeated all year. Our reviews been coming on strong. So exactly where you going with all this? With the new proposal, we're gonna honor a state championship and then an 11th place state champion, and then a 27th place state champion. Maybe, again, looking at maybe fine tuning some things, maybe you could just use it moving forward. I'm not right, wrong, or indifferent, or potential, maybe something to think about. Playoff system, why don't we expand it from 4 to 6 teams? Now, number 1 and number 2 get buys, and then you've got the next 4 that play them to have that opportunity. Again, no idea is gonna be perfect. You're not gonna make everyone happy. We just need to come with something that is good for kids and not about adults. Thank you.
Okay, Colin.
Colin, not Region 4. I just, follow-up question to Mr. Anderson. So what I'm hearing you say is that this agenda item 11, can or cannot be approved today?
Paul Anderson, Legal Counsel, based on NAC 385 and realignment reg, it basically says that once voted on by the board, which it was back in January, and approved, that is the realignment for that the stated period of time.
Were you aware of this agenda item, Mr. Anderson, before today?
Was I aware of this before
Yeah.
today? Yeah, I got the packet.
So why did you not advise the board at that time that we did not have the authority to do this?
I'm not gonna answer that question. I mean, I didn't have an opportunity to even look at this until now today, based on my schedule.
Well, I mean, you just answered that question really quick.
Huh?
That was a really quick answer to the question that was asked. So my point is, and you know, the point is clear. I'm disappointed that our legal counsel set us up to come here today and not.
Wait.
I mean, for the
I
record, our legal counsel was
Then
aware of
do
this
this.
agenda item, right? And did not advise us that this agenda item is not possible. So we did all this work. We brought all these people here today, partially for this agenda item. We spent X amount of money to bring food, to fly people in, etc., right? And what you are currently telling us is that we do not have the ability to do this. So I just don't understand, and I don't understand why we wouldn't have advised that earlier.
So Paul Anderson, Legal Counsel, I am telling you that that's what the regulation says. I don't have any duty to step up and tell you that you can't go forward with the meeting. You called this meeting, but this meeting was called by the South. I got this agenda and these materials 3 days ago, or whatever, and frankly, didn't have an opportunity based on my schedule, which includes being down here for eligibility hearings on Monday, and being in depositions all day yesterday, one not to look at it till last night, so I apologize for that.
I
So,
don't want this to get combative.
no, I mean, but
And that-
it is, and I think it just speaks to a larger problem here. That collectively, here we are again. I am a Southern principal, and I will just say in my role, I do not feel supported by the NIAA. By the Board of Control, and I do not feel as though this board or some of it's not all, but some, in this case here, are looking out for the best interest of the South as well as other aspects of it. And so I am frustrated by that. I am disappointed. I think it furthers a question of why am I even sitting here as a Southern representative? Why is the South sitting at this table? Because here we are again. trying to solve a problem that literally only impacts the South, right? But we are not gonna get supported in this situation, because number one, it feels like we were brought here to bring a proposal that, number one, we can't even do. And number two, it is incredibly clear that there is not, there is not support for the situation in this, right? And so that is a deep frustration I have, and I think just something I need to reevaluate. And I think we as South should reevaluate why we're sitting at this table, because there is no balance to it. Yes. If I could just ask one follow-up question. With that being said, could modifications to the HRM system are allowed, correct?
Paul Anderson, legal counsel. Look, I think that there's value in having the discussion that we're having today. To determine whether or not some slight modification that's affecting one section of the state would work to solve that problem. Revamping entirely the realignment that was voted on and decided in January of this year, I don't think is appropriate under the regulation. But hey, you've talked about changing max preps, Harvard, whatever, point system that you disagree with, that you feel has caused the problem. I think that that's a valid discussion.
Okay, would I be able to make a modification to include, to change the who is allowed in the open division? In other words, would I be able to modify it to say, and the North? Would that be appropriate to do?
I don't think so, because that's not even on the agenda.
No, it is. It's modification to the RHM system. The RHM system on page 85 says the top 4 teams in the 5A South. Could I modify it to say the top 4 teams in the 5A? Or the top 6 teams in the 5A. Would I have the authority to do that?
What is the agenda item state?
It says possible modifications to the RHM system. It says, lead and review and seek potential modifications of the HRM system for the NIAA 4A, 5A open football postseason qualification methodology. So I would argue that me modifying the qualification for the open would fall under that. And I would say that I think we would say the top 4 or 6 teams in the 5A period, because the North has a 5A, we wouldn't be realigning, correct?
Well, I think we are really realigning them, because that goes completely against the vote that took place in January.
So would any modification to the HRM system would go against the vote that took place in January?
No. Paul Anderson, legal counsel. So what I am saying is, if you, as I understand the discussion today, the problem that the South is having is with respect to how max preps tending to be semi-volatile in terms of what their numbers happen to be at the time that the decision was made in terms of looking at their rankings, correct? And so if you were to modify that in some way so that you keep the alignment as it is now, that continues to satisfy the decision that was made back in January with respect to having 14 open division in the South and then having the alignment as it is the rest of the way through. If you wanted to modify, what programs, for instance, max preps or Harvard or whatever that you're using to determine how you place your teams in the South, I think that's a discussion that can be had.
Correct me if I'm wrong, alignment is placement in 5A, 4A, 3A, 2A. Alignment is not necessarily, well, I believe that the playoffs is not changing realignment. It would be changing who qualifies for realignment, a structure we already have in place, 5A, 4A, etc. So my opinion, so I'm just seeking your yes or no on this. Could I modify the playoff structure without going against the NAC or the regulation that you just said?
I don't think you can modify the playoff structure, because that was voted on and approved, and that's part of the realignment process that was approved back in January of this year.
And for the record, I disagree, but I think that's
I
not.
would like to ask staff, at any time have we done this? As you can recall,
Done what?
Never,
changed, like, once we have a realignment, have to come back to the board and made changes in which was being asked at this time?
We have never gone a cycle without changing football, but we have never changed mid-cycle. In my history.
Okay, I'm gonna go Ms. Brockett.
I'm Christina Brockett, Region 4. Jay asked a question earlier that I just wanted to make sure that we got clarification on.
Thank you.
When there were changes, the 3 changes in the 24-hour period, again, within this system. Which teams did it affect? So my question is to Mr. Jackson, because you should be able to.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the first change affected Las Vegas High School, Shadow Ridge High School, and Foothill High School. They changed order. The second change affected the same 3 schools. No, actually, they changed 1 school to 2. Foothill and Shadow Ridge flipped. Arborview, Liberty flipped who was home. So the hosting site, they were not changed, they flipped home and away. So in other words, in the original one and the second one. You with me? Version 1. Liberty was going to Arborview. Version 2, Liberty was going to Arborview. Version 3, Arborview was going to Liberty. So it only affected home and away on that.
Did it affect any of the,
4A?
any of the other 5A seatings and where they
No.
were, or the 4A seating? So in the system, we had 5 teams though. Then that was, did Mojave High School?
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize, you're correct, Mojave.
So 6 teams
Yeah.
within that 24. Again, I'm just trying to create context because I know that if you weren't in the South and you didn't read the Las Vegas Sun and Ray Brewer's wonderful article about the NIAA, look that up sometime. In regards to the whole seating piece, this is why we're here today. And this is why we want that discussion, especially a public discussion where we can have our voices heard so that the rest of the entire state understands what happened in such a short amount of time and how many people it affected. Because obviously it affects all of the schools that were involved, definitely a lot more intimately with those schools. But in the grand scheme of looking at this for the next 2 years, how many more schools could this system affect if we don't make the necessary corrections? This is just one proposal that we could see could easily address that piece until again, and in what we see, we can create a more valid rubric system. We just don't see that validity yet, especially when we had 6 teams change seating placement with those within that 24-hour period.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Mr. Jackson.
Back to my original question, if that perhaps recalculation had not occurred and the forfeiture had not been involved, would we be sitting here having this discussion? That's the question I think that needs to be answered by the board. If those things had not occurred, if the original bracket had held stat, would the discussions be having today happen?
Let me go to Ms. Cavazos.
I can answer that question, but the point is, we are here today. The meeting was called, and if we look at the wording on page 96, for the proposal for football realignment, the 26-27, it's 27-28, it then says for possible action. I deal with this all the time on the board. What it seems to be proposed by Principal Brockett is a course correction. So it does not say here that this is going to present to the Board of Control a new 26-27, 27-28, 4A, 5A, open football alignment proposal for approval on permission from legal counsel, or if legal counsel approves. It's on the agenda. So I'm a little bit disheartened that this is on the agenda. I can't answer Mr. Jackson's question. I wish I could. Maybe not, maybe we still would be here, maybe we'd be here at a later time. But the fact is that this is on the agenda. 9, 10, and 11 are very closely related, but it does not say that we are looking at it as a possible change to alignment. It says alignment. So I don't know how this got past everyone and it's here on the agenda. So kind of repeating what Principal McDonald said, but there is an issue here. And it's a policy issue and a legal issue, and I think there's some confusion. I'm getting messages right now where I had to put my phone down. Because it's just going off from the district right now. And parents, coaches, players, I got some high school players, seniors that are already, they say, hey, we're at lunch right now, we're out of school. What is going on? We're trying to watch this. We do not understand. Why are you guys not standing up for us? So I just want to throw that out there. It's not just us in this room, there's people that are watching, it's our students, our parents, and our school communities. So that's it, that's all I'm gonna say.
We have lunch. Keith, you've texted me how many times? Okay.
Next 2 months.
What's, I don't know what phone's going off. I'm like Linda. Not to say. Let's do this, everybody. Why don't you grab your lunch, come back, and we'll have a working lunch. Let's finish this up. How's that? Thank you. We'll take a break.
Okay, hold on, we still have audio on and the cameras do hear side conversations, so be very careful if you guys are sidebarring. on.
We good? Yep. Okay. Thank you for that short break. We will reconvene at this time. Ms. Ford, I had you next.
Me next.
Yes.
So, I know I'm new to being here, and my first time here, sitting here, but I think as, a board that we all sit together here, we need to recognize that what happened and the impact it had on the schools, the students, the communities in the South. We have to recognize that. We have to say that it was impactful on all of them and that we don't want to see that again. We need to look at what NAC says, right? The NAC 385B 250. And I do think that it's within our purview as a board to be able to tweak those 3 documents that are submitted in here with deadlines and things like the principals had spoke about, so that we have a definite deadline on things, so that we don't ever have schools in our state have to go through what the South schools just went through. And I think we have to say as a board that we don't want that to happen again. We need to follow NAP as a board, right? We have to make sure that we're following that and doing what's right for all of our schools and our system. So that's just what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Any other comments? Mr. Rubin?
Me?
Your card's up. Your card is up.
I apologize.
Oh, no, I enjoy when you speak. Any other comments? Questions, Ms. Cavazos?
Yes, how are we proceeding here?
That's a great question. If I can,
Judge Hanson?
yeah. If I can ask for guidance as well, Mr. Anderson, any guidance can you provide?
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity, as I was mentioning earlier before we broke, to modify the system. Based on the alignments that exist now, because of the fact that this is a Southern Nevada issue, a Southern Nevada problem. Not completely redoing the realignment, because I think that was voted on and that was agreed to with you know, the structure that we have in terms of an open division, a 5A division, 4 and whatnot. But to accommodate the Southern schools and the problem that's arisen, I think there could be a modification to how the determination is made with respect to seeding the teams using the HRM system, by modifying that system to the extent that it would benefit and work better for the Southern schools for the next couple of years.
Ms. Cavazos?
So, to clarify, Mr. Anderson, would we need to do a reconsideration or a rescinding motion from what we voted on in January to be able to do that today? Any kind of modification?
I believe you would, yes.
Ms. Cavazos?
Unless, let me put it, unless you know, the board as a whole were to determine here today that, look, this is an issue that we need to address. And kind of consider it for the Southern schools. That's what the board would be willing to do. To move forward.
Can I do a follow-up question? His answer. So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're not saying that we can't, I'm trying to follow as far as we do have to be in accordance with that. But are you saying that this particular agenda item, that we would not be unable to do this? Like, for instance, if somebody called for a vote, made a motion, that we would not be unable to do that because it is on the agenda. But you're saying that we would then not be in compliance with that?
What I'm saying, what would cause you to not be in compliance with that would be if there was a restructuring of the realignment that was approved in January of this year. Modifying a small aspect of that so that it takes care of the issues that arose down here in southern Nevada, with football. Back in October, late October, and the seating, I think that we can discuss that. Because I think this board would agree that if there's a way to make that work better. For the south, that's fine, but not redoing the entire realignment. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm hearing you say is that the specific item 11 that would not be appropriate, you should consider this, principal, member Brockett's proposal. That would not be appropriate to consider.
Right, because I think you're restructuring the realignment process by doing that.
Ms. Cavazos, so we would need, would it be a reconsideration or a rescinding or both that we would need to do in reference to the January decision?
Well. I guess it would be it could be either. But, as I read already. It would probably need to rescind, what took place in January.
Do we have a copy of the actual, you know, I don't want to speak out of turn here. So I would need to ask absolutely, Clark, that makes sense. Okay, hold on a second. It's page 72. Where to read this? We had several motions that day.
Yeah.
Let me send this. Yeah. Okay, so these are next ones. All right, if I'm reading this correctly on page 72, and folks are going to look down to 3/4 of the page down. It says motion, member Riddle, second, member Brockett, to amend the proceeds into the following. I believe I have the correct one there, if we could check that out. Give me the one of it. And what's the actual? You're correct. This one's a trust now. I think you're working with it on above it. Give a second. Okay. So there's, okay. So, Mr. Anderson, do you need me to read that out loud as far as rescinding, and do you prefer legally that I state that as rescinding or reconsideration? Is that what it's different?
I think under 385B1 code, which talks about rescinding or reconsideration, that you would have to rescind the vote because you can rescind. Motion to rescind an item specified in subsection 2, which being an agenda item, may be made at any time by a member of the board. Reconsideration, which is subsection 2 of that regulation, states that a motion to reconsider an item that has been voted on must be made during the same meeting, so we're not in the same meeting. If the vote was cast and maybe made by a member of the board who voted affirmatively for the item, if the item was adopted, negatively for the item that was not.
Okay, so please correct me if I'm wrong. We need to make a motion for the rescinding first and take a vote on that,
Yes.
and then take a further vote, a second vote. Is that correct?
Correct. And the decision would be of the final motion that was approved, that's reflected, as you say, on page 72. Not the, because there's a couple of, there's two or three, well, it's like four motions that are set for things. Because as I understand it, the last one is what was ultimately approved. Right?
President Sloan, can I? So calling out Region 4, I think that, in fact, the second motion on the page, which refers to the realignment presented on page 117 of the packet, would be the first issue, because that is what aligned 5A, 4A, et cetera. Right, so I think that would be the first thing, and then I think everything was built based on that, like the play, like the next two motions, the way I read them are the playoff structure, that's what created the third motion created the open. Right, and I'm actually not 100%, I think the fourth motion was an amendment to the third motion, just to modify in some way a little bit, so I think that page 117 would be the rescinding, and then if we rescinded that, then we would have the ability to do a different realignment.
Mr. Jackson.
I think Mr. McNaugh's correct. The second motion was to the playoff structure. The third motion was to amend the number in the open in the playoff structure. So the first motion aligned this with 5A, 4A.
Right, and so, okay, so I think that would be the case, Mr. Anderson, I'd be interested in if we agree with that, but then also so that's question one, and then question two is just, I guess, which supersedes here? From a legal standpoint, the motion to rescind or the expectation that alignment remains for the period of alignment?
I don't follow the second question.
Okay, so first question, let's just do that first. Do you believe that do you agree that page 117, the second motion would be the one that needed to be rescinded? Because the first motion aligned everybody but football.
Right.
And then the second motion aligned football, and I think that's the conversation here. So would you agree that the second motion listed on page, okay. So then the question I'm asking you from a legal standpoint is, which NAC or which rule we have, is, I guess, the more powerful one, if you will, the motion to rescind or the expectation that the alignment cycles stay the same for the 3 years or for the period of time?
Well, the motion to rescind is to proceed to a motion that would allow you to move forward substantively with respect to the realignment.
So you think that one would be like this, would supersede all the rest because we'd be, or in this case, it would supersede this one I'm talking about here, the one you referred to that said we could not do item number 12. Would the motion to rescind supersede what you said earlier?
The motion to rescind would then reopen realignment.
Okay. So yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so. Yeah, okay, so.
Sure, we have, just for clarifying purposes, ask Ms. Ford.
So, well, who has the ability to rescind? Because the motion was made by member Riddle, second by member.
No, we're doing something.
This one.
It's you. It's called, right there.
The second one?
I think anyone has the power to rescind.
That's what I'm asking. So is it the person who made the original motion and the second that have to make the proposal to the board to pull it, or is it any member of the board?
So NAC 385B128 is the regulation that deals with reconsideration and decision of motions that are made by the board. Decision, which we're talking about here, can be made at any time by a member of the board, so it doesn't have to be made by the person who originally made the motion.
Mr. Not.
So calling out Region 4, I wanna make sure I get this like legally correct, okay, so that there's no potential issue with that. I'd like to make a motion to rescind the action that was taken on page 72, which approved the realignment proposal presented by the realignment committee on page 117 of the Board of Control packet from the January 2025 board meeting.
Okay. We have a first. Ms. Cavazos, second that. We have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Yes.
So now that we're in this rescinded realignment thing. Does that mean we open up to all the other possibilities of league options as well and play out things that we had during that time? Does that open up, or do we have to go with the one that's present today only? Because that's the only one that's here. Do we open up all of those things that weren't approved then, that we had options of at that point as well? Or do we have to go?
How do you go, Mr. Anderson?
Well, so if the motion to rescind carries, then the motion that's reflected on page 72 that Mr. McLeod's talking about would be taken away, and in essence, you're opening up realignment as an issue entirely.
Correct, for that. Sorry, Domingo Rivera, Fire School Liaison. What I'm saying is that then allows time for us to reconsider the other motions that were denied at that point. Since we're reconsidering all of them at this point, right? It's not we have to take what's on the table to replace it right now. It's something that has to be back to the schools and stuff like that to make sure, and everybody involved in it. To make a motion or make a recommendation at that point, because if we're starting all over again, we need to start all over. It's not start all over and just take this one and be done with it. Isn't that correct at this point?
Refer to Ms. Cavazos.
I will follow up on Domingo's question. I think it's an excellent question. But again, it comes back down to, I think, again, have to ask for clarification. Never to finish law school, and we have Paul. So would it actually open it up to all the other different options? Or would it open it up to the option that is on the agenda today? Because the other options, as far as going back to schools or opening up to all the other possible choices, are not on the agenda. So how do we
Right, so
have-
it's gonna limit it to the agenda as today's item 11.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Tim.
My question kind of correlates to hers because when we did this meeting in January, the one that we voted on and approved wasn't on the agenda. So that's not what we brought, that's not what we talked about. That was something we came up, well, I shouldn't say the group came up with that day. So that was, this one that was voted on and approved wasn't on the agenda, she's right. So, well, that's why I'm confused.
Well, Paul Anderson, legal counsel, the realignment was on the agenda and there were proposals and whatnot, but there was discussion and ultimately a vote by the board that led to the decision that is reflected in the minutes that you've got on page 72.
By the way, I would like to welcome Mr. Freeman. We apologize for skipping you. He is taking over for Deanna Riddle. So let's welcome you to the floor.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, so, Mr. Freeman.
Appreciate everybody input and listening to all this and just taking a lot of it in. With regard to the rescinding, if we rescind it and we don't come to an agreement on the actual, what's the resolution today, then does it go back to the previous before the rescind, before that January meeting, would it return to that? What was in place before that? Does that make sense? Because if you're rescinding something, it's taking it back, and then if we don't have a clear change to it, then it would return back to whatever was in place before the January meeting on that.
Mr. Anderson.
So Paul Anderson, legal counsel, if you rescind the vote that took place back in January of this year, and then, as I understand the process it's gonna follow, will be that there will now be a new motion to replace this as of today. So do we go back to the old system? I don't think so. You know, assuming that the second motion was made today. And there's a vote and you know, whatever's decided with respect to that motion.
Let me go Rivera and then I'll go to you. How's that? Go ahead.
All right, Domingo Rivera, Private School Liaison. So the concern about doing it today is we still have 6-7 months before we have to worry about next year's playoff. So why are we rushing the only one that's presented today? if we're rescinding and reconsidering other things, why wouldn't we reconsider all the things? Instead of trying to force one thing in this, because we could do it again and rescind on the next meeting and do a different one, just the same. We could do that every time if that's the case. If we're going to take the time to remove something we voted on, we all voted on equal, we came up with this. And now we had one mistake, which we learned from, because we all have our best intentions forward when we do things, and sometimes things happen. And then you learn not to do those things the next time. And that's how you learn to get better at things. So we're gonna take away all of that, and we're just gonna go with a new system because that's what's the only one available at the time, which doesn't make sense if we have time. It's not a time issue anymore if we're rescinding something. We're talking about a full 9 months away from now that we have to have all of this stuff in place. Why would we be beholden to what only is on the agenda right now? That makes no sense.
Thank you. I'm gonna go to Kate and then Paul.
Okay, Paul, in NEC 385B.128, it says a motion to reconsider an item has to be voted on. It must be made during the same meeting the vote was cast. Did we talk about that? I'm sorry. Okay, I think we missed that. But then it also said a motion to rescind an item specified in subsection 2. Maybe made it any time, so I'm saying at any time, so it has to be rescinded, but if we're rescinding something from a previous meeting, are we not then opening up that specific item, like Domingo said,
Yes.
from that meeting? Where anything discussed during that meeting, any documentation regarding that item should be able to be discussed, no?
So Paul Anderson, legal counsel, yes, if the motion is rescinded, then it's open up again for discussion and decision and, maybe the prudent thing to do would be to perhaps rescind that today and open up the issue where it could be discussed and decided at a future board meeting to follow, review and, that sort of thing. That's a suggestion.
Calling me out, Region 4, I'd like to call the question.
Okay, so right now, question is to rescind according to the motion that was made on page 72. We have a first by Colin, second by Linda. So at this time, we're taking this to vote. What are we doing? Is that correct? Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. We need a roll call.
This is not.
Come on, I have faith. Have faith. All right. Yes.
Yes, Kim, no. Rollins, Stallworth, but we have Lauren Ford here today.
No.
Okay, Linda Cavazos.
Yay.
Greg Malfit.
Joe.
Jay Kenny,
No.
Paula McNaught,
Yay.
Christina Brockett. Yeah. Wade Polson is absent. Brian Freeman,
Yeah.
Rand Sorensen absent, Alex Woodley,
They,
Keith Wilferman.
Yeah.
Okay, so
6-4. Okay, so with that said, going forward. We have to bring this back in January,
That's an option.
just seeking legal counsel, Colin.
Colin McNaught, Region 4. I don't think that we do. I I would be open to making a motion, President Sloan, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I just want to make sure whatever motion is about to come out, that we are in complete compliance, so,
Yeah, I agree.
okay.
But I think we've now opened up realignment for football. Period, right? For this period of time.
Okay,
Yes, you have.
Mr. McDonald,
So I'd like to make a motion, calling out Region 4, I'd like to make a motion to approve, the football alignment on page 97. With the addition of what was on page 117 for the north. So page 97 is alignment for the south. And then page 117, the alignment that was approved would remain for the north, which is the group that's in the 5A, the group that's in the 4A, et cetera. For the record, would not be changing a single thing about the north. So I don't know, Mr. Anderson, I don't know if I have to wordsmith that. I know not everyone's looking at page.
I think it ought to be wordsmith a little
Yeah.
Clearly, if you possibly can.
Yeah, let me just think about how, because I know everyone's not looking at page 117.
Exactly.
Right, and so I need to make sure that the north's alignment, basically, what I'm trying to do here is. Approve page 97 and leave the north as is, as was.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Does anybody have page 117 in the packet in January 2025? Because I think that should be shared so that people understand exactly what they're doing.
Yes, if you can jump on your.
I have it.
Kate has it.
Thanks, Kate.
Kate, can you read that aloud, please?
So do you want me to just read, it's just schools, it's the actual realignment document with schools that are in 5A, 4A.
possible to display it.
Yeah. I'm gonna read the schools while you're pulling it up.
Well, while he's doing that, I'm gonna go to Mr. Rivera.
Mr. Rivera, private school liaison,
Wait, hang on.
1 second.
I'm sorry, there's no second.
Okay.
We don't even have a motion on the table.
Yeah.
I mean, you were gonna.
Technically, there's a motion, but yeah.
Yeah, let's get some clarity
Yeah.
first. And then I'll come back to you. Thank you.
Yeah.
117, I've changed from both packets.
All right.
Okay, so Mr. Anderson, can I try this? You tell me if this makes a little more sense here. So I would like to make a motion to approve page 97 of the November Emergency Board of Control meeting for Southern Nevada and page 117 of the January Board of Control alignment for Northern Nevada.
Mr. Jackson.
The northern alignment also included stipulations that they move from 4A to 5A at the end of the season. So I think we should add in there some phrasing to say, include. I don't know, say that word.
I would say the alignment that was approved by the board hinged the January.
Yeah, there you go. That's right. Just say add the alignment that was approved by the board in January. For the northern line of football.
Okay, let's try it again.
Let's start again.
Motion, I'm gonna like to make a motion to approve page 97 of the November Special Board of Control meeting for Southern Nevada and the previously approved alignment for Northern Nevada for the 26, 27, 27, 28, and 28, 29. Did I say the wrong years? Calendar years. Oh, sorry, yeah, for 26, 27, and 27, 28. Yeah, correct. Well, that's fine. Yes.
That's fine. Okay, that's still appropriate.
Okay, we have a motion.
Got it, Tia?
Yes, that's the second.
Okay, Ms. Brockett. You know, who did this? Okay, we have a first, we have a second. I'm gonna go back to. Before we go to vote, any questions, comments? Mr. Rivera?
Legal Rivera, private school liaison. Questions come that we have an 18 team 5A division now. How do we determine the 10 teams that are in this division, the 10 teams that are in the next division? What system do we have in place to determine those teams? And is that system fair for everyone involved? Because are we looking at regular season? Are we looking at the rubric? Are we looking at HRM points? Are we looking at all the things that we already have in place to determine how to get the 10 teams? And if they're good enough to determine who the 10 teams are, why aren't they good enough?
Okay, hang on, Ms. Cavasos, do you have something?
Just that point of order, we have a motion and a second and a call for the question on the floor.
We don't.
We don't have a call.
There
for
was a
question.
call, no
Motion and second.
Okay.
So I don't know, I'm just asking, I'd like to clarify with legal counsel and give respect, to Mr. Rivera. Is this a question that would have to be dealt with after the vote? Because right now we have the motion and the second, and I don't know if that question can be answered. Because of this, I don't know, I'm asking for clarification.
So Paul Anderson, legal counsel, I think it's a fair item of discussion before you vote, so.
Fine with that.
So once again, it comes down to how are we choosing 10, how are we eliminating 8 teams without just out of the knowledge of this room, we're just determining 10 teams. Is there a system in place? How do we determine the next 10 teams? So who are we pulling up? Who are we taking out of the league? Because you have a team like Faith, who was 2-7 in the year, or 3-7 or whatever they were, and then they are in the state final now. But they're on the bottom end of our league. We're talking about leagues and playoff situation. How do we determine what teams fall out and what system is in place to determine this?
Okay, I'm gonna go to Mr. Jackson.
I want to dovetail with what you just said also, a couple of factors here. One, this is not a critique, it's just a systemic issue. The Division 4A is not done, through a serpentine. It's an even odd serpentine, so any number, it should go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, but we'd have to adjust that to be truly serpentine. If you want to go even odd, that's fine. The other thing I would ask is this, if we are saying that the HRM system was faulty, and that's why we are removing it from the factor, why would we go back and use it again? When previous realignments have been done strictly using the rubric system. So I think that the question that those two questions need to be answered is, do you want to do a serpentine system through the 4A? And if you use HRM, the HRM has been pointed out at length here today to have been faulty. Why would we use it as a reliable source when we've been told it's unreliable? So I think that maybe perhaps we go back to the rubric system, which is what has been in place prior. And then that would eliminate the need for HRM in totality. So it would be gone.
Colin, Region 4, I think just to answer the question, it is based on the rankings from this year, because simply that is the most up-to-date data that we have. And I think that that was the decision that at least this proposal has. I recognize what people are saying, but I think that we believe that this, or I believe that this is the easiest, cleanest way to do it based on the data that we got from this year. And if you notice, I said, we said based on the final standings on 10/27/25, so that there isn't this fluctuation, because I'm sure they're different today than they were 2 weeks ago. So 10/27/25 is why. Mr. Jackson, I think good catch. Sorry, that is the non-athletic. I don't know. I thought we thought we were serpentining, but I apologize. As the maker of motion, I would just modify that last sentence to say the 4A will be divided into 2 leagues of 9 and 8 teams as presented on page 97. And I think there is actually a lot of value for this board to consider. We are not looking at team names here, which I think makes this maybe easier, right? Because then we're not necessarily trying to like, where am I and how's that? I think like this is, if we look at this in just a whole sense of like, here is the alignment, then I think this is the right approach to take here. So as a maker of motion, I would keep everything else in place except for the modification, assuming my second is open to that.
Okay, Tammy, you had your card up?
So wait.
Okay,
So the motion's now been modified. To say that again.
Just to the sentence at the end of the first paragraph, where it says, due to the number of remaining teams, the 4A will be divided into 2, deletion of the word serpentine, leagues of 9 and 8 teams, comma, as presented.
Okay, so if that's a modification, I was going to need a second from the previous Mr. Brockett.
Ms. Brockett, you have to second, including that. Tim.
I just had a quick question on open. Are we still wanting to keep the open language that I believe that was used because we didn't really know who was gonna be playing in that championship until the results of that season were over? So should it still be an open or be like a 5A, 1-5A? You know, or 6A,
Mr. Jackson,
By regulation, we don't have 6A.
but like a 5A, like we did before.
If we leave it if we leave it as the word open, we're okay.
Okay.
But we don't have a 6 by regulation.
we don't need to change another record. So Tammy,
I second that.
Tammy,
I think. Listening, there's a lot, right? This is very intense. This is very, a lot. This is a lot. And as someone who sat on the realignment and as a liaison on this board, I promise you, like, this whole thing has been a lot. You know, we said as a realignment group, like they're saying, all day in Reno, we thought we came to this board. They were like, nope, we don't like it. Didn't really give us a whole lot of direction, just said, go fix it, right? So we thought we did, comes back again, nothing, we don't like it again. This whole time, it's been, I feel like people have very strong opinions, you're always gonna find that. But a lot of the people that have very strong opinions, it doesn't have an effect on them. Like, I feel like we have to take a look at, like, this is only affecting 4A, 5A South, right? And if everyone in 4A, 5A South is saying this didn't work for us, we have to kind of look at that, because, you know, on the board, I've always said, you know, 3A, if it doesn't have an effect on us, what do you want? You can have what you want, right? And a lot of the people that I think are giving these strong opinions, it has zero effect. You guys go home and you play your games and it doesn't have an effect on you. So please, I just ask that when you take this into consideration, really maybe listen to the people that it has been the effect of.
we're gonna go to Dave.
Dave Edmonton, liaison. Quick question. Do we know of any teams that might not be coming back for next year? That might be fall in this category, or I don't know, with realignment, if there's like we had with that school in Reno, I forget the name, what's the name of it, but there's a Washington County school, they just opened up this year. At the end, is there anybody that they do the school in the south? CCSD school just open up and sit in that thing right away. Or do they have to wait till the next alignment to get this sheet put in?
Anyone that would come in after this point, and then not this point for this motion item, anyone that would come in based on the realignment cycle of the 3 years would come in as independent regardless. We've had schools come in as independent unless this board were to hear an argument that they would want to put them into an alignment. But the past practice has been anybody coming in during the alignment cycle would be coming in as independent.
Okay, and other question, the realignment cycle, when we did it, teams were allowed to appeal the place with that means. We have an appeal process for that.
Jackson.
Seeing that you opened up the realignment and rescinded it, and this is a new realignment, there would be an appeal process granted by regulation.
Ms. Brockett, where'd you part, hang on, Mr. Jackson has one more comment.
It's not a comment, it's more of a logistical question of this. I see that right now we're going to use the HRM system to place them on using it from 27, that's fine. At the end of the cycle, is it the intention of this board that the staff would have maintained HRM throughout the entire cycle? Or can we move forward with that not being the issue? Because if that is the issue, then we need to put in some protocols in place for the HRM that's been, do you understand what I'm saying here? So if we go back with it's not not an issue that we have to say today, this is the fix to the HRM. What it is saying is this: as we go into the next realignment, HRM will be used or HRM will not be used in determining the next alignment for 29 forward. 28 forward, excuse me. You understand that? Does that make sense what I'm asking? It would be my preference as the executive director and knowing the load that our staff carries, that if this is going to be the new alignment and this is how it's going to be placed, they do not have to track 170 high school football teams. because that's the number of teams we were tracking.
Mr. Holmes.
This whole superintendent, so I'm just gonna say this, and I mean it with the utmost respect to everyone in the room, but I really feel this board needs to make a decision, own it unanimously, and walk out the door and leave it. Because otherwise, we continue to be questioned, and should be, because we don't own our decisions. And I'm not saying at this moment that's right, wrong, or indifferent, but for this board to remain unified and for that to extend beyond these four walls, that is my suggestion and opinion. Thank you.
Yes, Kate, I'm sorry.
I just heard Tammy say, if this isn't working for all of Southern 4A, 5A, make a change. Agreed. I just want to know, was everybody in 4A, 5A South, like, surveyed? Do we have results? Everybody's in agreement that this is what they want. I just want to know that before we move forward, because I don't want to see the next meeting, a whole group of people not happy come forward.
Mr. McNutt.
Tom McNutt, Region 4. To answer your question, everyone was asked, part of the conversation, and at least informed of like, here is the plan moving forward. I think it's unreasonable to expect that 100% of people are gonna be on board with a plan, period, in any plan, no matter what. Even if we gave every member school $10,000, I think there would be some that would be in opposition of like, why are you not giving us a letter? Right, so, I think that people who came up with this plan did everything that they could to consult with as many, if not all, of impacted people. Now, I don't necessarily think, I don't know if we got in touch with literally everybody. But we definitely tried. That's not to say that there might not be some people who come here and try to change it. I don't think that means we throw the plan out. I think that means we as a board make a decision whether we agree with their request or not. So I think just to answer your question directly, I can speak for the Clark County School District principals in that we are, as far as I understand, unanimously in support of this plan. But as we know, as a principal, you go back to your school and your coach is unhappy, people are unhappy, and it is your responsibility to fight for your school. So like, even I, who proposed this, might come in January, I won't, but I might come there in January and stand there and say, this doesn't work for me, I want to be in 3A. Right, or whatever, right? That doesn't mean I'm not supportive of the whole plan, but I also have to consider as the leader of my community, what's best for my community. So I think valid question for sure. And I do just it's brought to my attention that 3A South is kind of left out of this realignment, so I just don't want to. I want to make sure that we're good with, just to be clear, because 3A South would stay as is, but I think all I said was that page 117 for Northern Nevada. So I'm just gonna add to the end of my motion and 3A South. Just to make sure it's crystal clear. I just don't want 3A to think that I threw them out to the cold here, and so they're just included.
So apologies to council. Yeah, I don't think you need to add the 3.
Okay.
That's determined by enrollment, and as you stated in your motion, you're adopting page 97 as written with the one deletion of the word serpentine, as I understand it, when you modified originally.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's any need.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that was clear. I don't wanna insult 3A.
Okay, and for the record too, we have a playoff structure at the very bottom. That's also in consideration of this. Correct. It's all one. I just want to make sure. All right, we need to put closure to this. So I'm gonna go, we got Rivera, and then I'm gonna go Henneman, and then a few others. I'll get to you, Alex. All right.
I'm first.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me go to the private school liaison. So to get this straight, the HRM system is not good and Max Preps is flawed, but we're gonna take the information and make that the gospel to place everybody in this new system because it's the most accurate information we had at the time, which is exactly what he did at the time the board, not he. Right. In the playoff system, he put in the best information he had at the time. And that is what he went with. And it happened that it changed 3 times over 24 hours. So now we're gonna use that same system to place 10 teams and eliminate 8 teams and put them in a separate category and bring up two more teams from a lower division. All in this system that's completely flawed, that we have to rework the whole system that we have in place. And we're gonna use the information that we have from that system, which makes zero sense in terms of what we're talking about. Because if the information was not flawed, we wouldn't be having this discussion. He did, as you are doing right now, use the best information available at that moment. And he then explained the timeline and the conversations and the emails and everything that happened to explain the situation. We as a board need to understand that we will take the best information as is presented at that time, just like you're trying to do in this situation. And you just determine 4 PM on Sunday. Everyone gets their matchups Sunday by 5 o'clock. And whatever's on Max Preps at that time is the answer. And then we have the answers. So everything that we're talking about is erased with the same system you're trying to put in place using the same information. There's zero responsibility if you're trying to get rid of a system to use a system to then put the next system in place.
No,
Yep.
hang on one second, we got a few more. We'll go Dave.
I'm sort of liaison, I was about to say the same thing, but Mr. Rivera said, that's. Why are we using a system that we want to change anyway? To put everybody in these. Leagues so far, like it's both in 5A and 4A. And also on the survey, I know there was no survey sent out to me. I did get a phone call from Keith over there, talked about it. And I have discussed with some of the other, but none of the other ADs that I talked to with football at the charter schools, heard anything about this, and I actually was setting up the proposal that was set in the agenda right here, because they're like, we don't know what's going on, so basically I had to go tell them what's going on. And they didn't know anything because they weren't reached out to, but now we have our charter meeting tomorrow, so.
Alex,
No, madam, I'll defer. I wanted to call for the vote, so I'll go last.
okay, I'm gonna be back. I have, Ms. Kavaskas, you had your card up at one point, you're good. Ms. Brockett,
I was just gonna go back to, yes, address the HRM system, sorry, I was gonna say RHM, said that many times this season. Trying to correct myself. Yeah, the part with, again, the HRM system that we saw with the validity piece, right, was it took numerous calculations and then publications of those numerous calculations to finally get to the final result. What we're looking at here is using that final result after numerous calculations. I'm putting in best faith that that is where everybody landed right at the before postseason, because that's where we usually determine where alignment would fall, is pre-postseason, right? So very last game where everybody fell, using that, because that is, yeah, that is the data that we do have that was kept up through the season. When it comes to, I know Mr. Jackson asked earlier, would we continue using the HRM system? Our proposal would be no, because you wouldn't need it since every team would be able to play one another. So you still have, again, you have the head-to-head competitions in case there is a tie, following what's already within an NIAA, tie-breaking procedures that's already clearly written, delineated with all our other sports that we continue to use that.
okay, sure, go right ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Just. Jermaine Rivera, private school liaison. So that is the exact reason we're trying to rework this whole thing. But that's the lesson that we learned from this season, is to have a deadline and use the information at that moment. So why rework something completely in the middle, something we've never done? Rework something completely in the middle of a realignment and not keep what's in realignment. And if you, after the end of this 3 years or 2 more years or whatever, you're still gung ho that it's horrible and the playoff games were terrible and the system itself, the games and the matchups weren't good. And you're in that, because we've now learned, because that's part of growth, is learning from your mistakes and not publicizing something until you decide that this is the time of doing it in conjunction with partners that were created Because once again, there's been a timeline and explanation of everything that's happened. I know it still affected everyone because we went through it. However, you get better when you learn from flaws that are in the system. So why rewrite the system using the same system to then put other people in that? Because Sloan Canyon, not to call out Sloan Canyon, has an amazing football team, but they're a 4A team by the movement up. But they would be able to be a 5A team in the next realignment. And they would then be able to move up. So why wouldn't they be considered in this situation? They're like number 6 in the state or something like that. Yeah, Sloan Canyon is undefeated. They beat Foothill by 30. They are in the state championship of the 4A. They have blown everybody out. They have a really good football. But they're in that top 10.
4A HRM #1 is in.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna follow order and speak in order. Thank you, Tammy, for explaining that. Mr. Jackson.
Please be aware that moving Sloan Canyon up like that, Art, am I incorrect in this? They go from 3 to 4 to 5. Independent, never mind. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go to, Colin.
Colin, I appreciate, Member Woodley. I was gonna do the same thing, so I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna call the question, please.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna take it to vote. Colin, I'm going to ask that you repeat your motion.
I think, I mean, I'm imagining Tia has it named.
I think I rewrote it a gazillion times.
Okay, so, the motion on the table is to approve page 97 of the November special. Emphasis on special Board of Control meeting, for Southern Nevada with the changes of eliminating the word serpentine. And adding as presented at the end of that sentence. And page 117 of the January Board of Control alignment for Northern Nevada.
Okay,
Pamela Sloan,
yes.
Lauren Ford,
Yes.
Linda Cosas,
Yes.
Greg Malkovich.
Yes.
Jay Kenny,
Yes.
Colin McNutt,
Yay.
Christina Brockett,
Yes.
Brian Freeman,
Yes.
Alex Woodley,
Yes.
Keith Whipperman,
Yes.
So based on that. Number 10 is nil and void. We go back? We don't need it. Okay. No. Okay. Let's now go to. Agenda item number 12 on page 98, state basketball venue, Mr. Jackson.
This did not need to be brought to the board yet. There was, communication between, our office and, many, venues across the state, but nothing had been solidified, so this item did not need to come forward. However, it was, and I want to go over where we're at with this real quick so that you understand. The NIAA has determined that 5A, or excuse me, that state basketball will be played in the north. We do not have a venue that will allow us to play all games at one site. We have already secured 2 high schools and we are in the process of securing additional. So that you know why we moved the location, we were in conversations with Thomas and Mack / Cox Pavilion. Women's basketball, excuse me, at UNLV had a game on the weekend that we were looking to use. They went to Coach LaRock and asked her if she wanted to play in Cox or if she would prefer to move her game to Thomas and Mack. She then graciously said she would stay in Cox to allow us to use Thomas and Mack. So Thomas and Mack was available. Previous year, we played at Cox Pavilion with roughly $2,500 per game. This year, using Thomas and Mack, we were looking at close to and approaching $6,000 per game. And if we didn't lock it in now, going forward, it was going to be more. As stewards of our money and understanding the conversations, we cannot afford that cost. So we are not looking for any additional venue at this time. With that being said, the direction the board has given me was to find best available venue. Best available venue is now done. There is no such thing as best available venue. The phrasing needs to be changed to most affordable venue. unfortunately. We are priced out. We are priced out of our venues statewide. We just don't have the money to secure them. And if we do have the money to secure them, it's going to be very difficult to find venues that can support our needs. And that did not include all games at the Thomas Mack. We still would have needed to find at least two additional sites for other divisions. That was only going to be about 10 games. We have a total of 30 that we would need to find. So with that, there's no need to make any motion on this. There's no need to have any discussion on it. It's another, in Ms. Cavazos' language, moot point.
I appreciate that. Keith?
That's, so now I'm sure that's what was in their question. So from 2,500 a game to 6,000 a game for 30 total games, that difference in cost, is that what you're?
No, it was, we played 10 games at Cox Pavilion. It was about $25,000, that's just facility costs.
It would have been $60,000.
The same 10 games.
For the same 10. That was my question.
Yeah.
I didn't know how many, we were talking about games. I was like,
Yeah, no,
it's 10 games.
it's
Okay,
10
thank you.
games.
So it's about almost a $35,000.
Yeah, and that includes where we have to pay for food and other things when we're in their venues for, obviously, to feed our staff and all that. So it's pricey. It was pricey.
But
So,
just straight up, it was a 35. Any cost from year A to year B. Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate
And
it.
just for the record, that is where it initially is on the schedule to be played on.
yeah, so we don't have to change anything on the
Yeah.
calendar.
Oh, it was originally scheduled to be in the north end.
Yes, we were trying to find the best available venue. And that was the last one available that we were trying for.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Any other comments, questions in regards to this item? All right, hearing none, let's go to item number 13 on page 99, public comment. This time provides an opportunity for citizens to address the board about matters not on the agenda, not on the agenda. Items raised during the portion of the agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon until notice procedures of the open meeting law have been complied with. Should a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, it is asked that said person please complete a yellow public comment card and submit it to the president before the opening of the item. A limit of 3 minutes per person or 5 minutes for the spokesperson of a particular group may be imposed. It is requested that comments be directed to the board as a whole. Comments that are determined to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, willfully disruptive, or deemed to be personal attacks will not be permitted. I have 2 comment cards. First one, Mr. Bickmore.
Mike Bickmore, Principal R Review. First, let me just thank the board for navigating through so much and accomplishing so much today. A question was asked during the board meeting, which I think was a great question of how did this affect some of the schools? And I just wanted to share my experience of how I was affected, I guess, by some of the leadership of NIAA and decision making. When I got the call that our game would be moved to Liberty, no big deal. I will say though, after the fact, when we checked the math, and I'm still quite confident in the math that it's still wrong, by the way. It became pretty evident to me that the game should be home. When I sent the question to NIA leadership to say, hey, I think this is wrong. We look at the only response I got was, we're not moving. Which my game was several weeks from that. I don't think that's an appropriate professional response. So then I followed up to say, well, regardless of whether you're moving it or not, is the math right? Can you kind of help me with the math? What's going on? No response till I had to include others in the chain. Then the response was, I believe our math's correct. We're still talking weeks until my game at Liberty. So then I said, well, here's my math. I laid it all out. Please show me where I'm wrong. Please help me understand so I can explain to my coaches, because given my community's done the math and they're breathing down my neck, to this day, I've never got a response. I think that's unacceptable for leadership of this group to not respond to the members of the group when they're fighting the battles and dealing with the information that they've given. I also think there were other principals and other schools that were thrown in the bus publicly in the process, and I think that's not okay. So I just asked the board to consider that moving forward. When you say what was it like at the school level, that was my experience as a principal already. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Joseph. Back up.
Hi, everyone, Joseph Farrar. Just to echo what was said there as well. If you break it down, it's very simple to figure out the L2 opponents games played, the points as well. It's very easy to break that down because you can go to Max Preps, you can go through all the opponents that Liberty played, you can go to those opponents pages, you can calculate all the games minus forfeits they played, and that number becomes 91 versus 90. What's crazy about that is the Harvard points barely shift decimal points, but they shift enough that Arbor and Liberty swap when you put in 91 in the column versus 90. So the math is still wrong even with the final results for the H round. I understand that the placements are going to happen because that's the best system we have, but it's still wrong. If you go and you do the math, you'll find that it's 91, not 90. It's very straightforward to find that fact. It's a Max Preps. Switching gears, my son is a senior at Foothill High School. He plays on the varsity team. He's been there 4 years. What a great team, what a great school. Can't say enough about it. We appreciated playing Gorman. We played Gorman 2 other times while he was there. Like that's not the issue for us, you know. The issue was the confusion, the lack of communication, and I can tell you there was a lot of turmoil with the groups of kids that were at our school. Like we went through a lot of emotions within 24 hours, even 48 hours. Like, is this true? Is this real? Like, how does it ranking system work? I deep dove into it to figure out how that math worked. I pulled out all the spreadsheets because I wanted to know what was the truth, right? No one can obviously figure out what happened with Max Preps. The rankings changed from 12 to 3 p.m. somehow. Shadow Ridge's ranking changed because of other games played around the country. I guess it's possible based on the way that their system works, but you know, again, this is more about making sure that whatever is voted on, whatever is proved, it's clear to the groups of people that are playing in sports, how the postseason works. There's no discrepancy and the credibility does come back. That is 100% important. The credibility right now, it's not there, but it hopefully will come back based on what you guys are doing today. So I do appreciate you guys taking the time today to go through this and figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that said, we're gonna go to item number 14. It is adjournment, and I want to thank everyone for your time today.